Hello, everyone. Welcome to another debate review with the incomparable Mark Reed. And joining
Hello.
us again is Dr. Dino.
Hello, hello.
So
How's it?
today,
Oh, go
blah, blah, blah.
ahead.
New intro, kind of. It's repurposed from the
Hmm.
Atheist Lives intro, but it's shorter and it's got that nifty little graphic on the end. We work with what we got. I hope y'all
You got to
enjoy.
mix it up a bit occasionally, right? You got to
Yeah,
mix it up and sort of, yeah. No, I get you. I get you.
yeah. When I've got more time, I'll make like a proper devoted intro thing. But there's limits
Hmm.
on time. But
I
yeah,
don't
so
know.
how are you folks today?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I
Okay.
had a bit of a break yesterday, and I'm feeling great actually. So yeah, thanks for asking. How are you, Ember?
I'm all right. A little overclocked, but pretty
Yeah.
good day. Got to hang out with the kids. They actually gave me Father's Day presents, which I haven't gotten in several
Oh, happy
years.
Father's Day.
Yeah, I got a, I think it's a plum. It's one of those squishmallow things, but it's purple and it's
Yeah.
fruity. So
Are you sure it's not a beet? Those that leaves
maybe.
look very beety to me. Yeah.
Yeah, my
Doc.
youngest wasn't really sure, but
Uh
it
huh.
it works.
Isn't Father's Day tomorrow?
Yes, but I saw the kids today.
Ah, fair, fair.
Yeah, yeah. So it was very thoughtful, very nice. And we finally got to watch Nope. That was a fun movie.
Oh, yeah. It was different.
hmm
Definitely different.
Hmm.
The ending had me chuckling, but no spoilers in case there's somebody who's even further behind than me and hasn't seen it yet. All right. Well, today we
Well,
have
how's Dr. Dino going? Let's just ignore
yeah.
Dr. Dino altogether
Oh,
and just.
I'm fine. How's my audio sounding?
It's all right.
Okay,
It's
I
okay.
got a little filter on my mic, so hopefully that'll help with some background noise. I say that, and the AC kicks on.
Of course it
Mhm.
does.
Of course
Yeah.
it
Yeah,
does.
filters. They're better than nothing, but they have their limits.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway,
Pop filters.
work today. Fortunately, didn't get called in for a second shift, so here I am, ready to hurt my brain with intelligent design advocates
Oh
who don't
boy.
really advocate for intelligent design.
Yes, it should be an interesting debate. I caught part of it when it was live, but zipping around all over the place, I didn't see the whole thing. But it's got on one side is our friend Amy Newman and Dr. Thompson, and then on the other side,
Amazing. Yeah. Mhm.
yeah, in favor of intelligent design was my old pal T
Taylor.
Rock and
Yeah.
Taylor.
Have you
Hmm.
debated T Rock before, Ember?
Just that one debate with
Okay, gotcha.
what was it? Evolution on trial, something like that.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Full disclosure, I've seen this before. I saw this live.
Hmm.
Um, Taylor, I kind of I feel so bad for her. She's a biology student and or like going for a PhD, and she doesn't believe in evolution. It's such a
Wait, she's going for a PhD?
apparently so. She's in a PhD application process kind of thing. Which if she's going on to argue against evolution, doing some sort of biology PhD, yeah, yeah, it's
Weird.
not going to go well for her.
Yeah.
And
She
I,
must she
she'll
must be
end up
one of.
working at
Sorry, go ahead.
creation ministry. You know,
She must be like part of the 1 or 0.1% of biologists. Then,
yeah.
jeez.
There,
Yeah.
there are more scientists called Steve that disbelieve in evolution.
Or that believe in evolution than those who disbelieve it,
Yes, there's more
with
people
relevant
named
degrees.
Steve that believe in evolution than the entirety of scientists that disbelieve in evolution. That's how. Yeah, it's yeah, it's a problem. It's a problem. It kind of says, well, how can you possibly get through a biology PhD and sort of disbelieve evolution is just incredible. Um, but yeah, I won't talk about the T Rock. I don't know. I always find it fun to debate him because he always says stuff that's just ludicrous, and his background in mechanical engineering is so on display. Like he's so rooted in this idea of, oh, because I'm a mechanical engineer, we can't make this work or do this or do the, and it's like, yeah, because it's not mechanical engineering. That's, you know,
Yeah.
so,
Yeah, yeah. I was thinking exactly what BS said, that Taylor's going to wind up working at AIG.
oh yeah,
I've heard they pay well.
yeah.
Whatever
What
floats one's
I
boat.
what I love is seeing T Rock in a debate, and if he ever lists a source, you look up the source and it completely disagrees with him, or it's from
Yeah.
a creationist site.
His arguments are usually drawn directly from answers in Genesis. Like that's you can match them one to one on answers in Genesis kind of thing. So it's unsurprising that all of his, because answers in Genesis are exactly the same. They'll quote a source and go to the source, and they're 100% wrong about it, kind of thing. So it's hardly surprising.
Yeah.
Read the headlines, people.
Well, I think that's why they have such a big science division, is so that they're able to start quoting their own scientists, even if
Mhm.
they're still not peer reviewed and they don't hold up. And oy, what can you do?
Yeah.
I mean, you can keep refuting them. That, in a way, it's kind of a good thing, because it gives us the leverage to make the content to challenge them. Whereas if they weren't doing that, then it'd just be people shouting at each other on opposite sides of the internet going, "Nuh-uh, no you, nuh-uh,"
Yeah.
By putting it
Well, on
out
the other
there, we
side,
can be their peer review.
Well, on the other side, you've got Amy Newman, who is a excellent critical thinking, very skeptical woman, and she probably was my main mentor coming to YouTube, kind of thing. I used to hang out at her room all the time until I started making my content. So, yeah, I have a great deal of admiration for her. And the thing about Amy Newman is she is completely unshakable. She doesn't get rattled in the slightest, no matter what people sort of say to her. Yeah, so you can't be obnoxious to Amy and expect her to break down and lose a debate through having a meltdown. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, we love Amy. Pragmatic Crystal. Yeah, we absolutely adore Amy. She's amazing.
Yeah. I actually went on Amy's after show for this debate.
Right.
It
Yeah.
was fun.
Yeah,
I
very
got
cool,
to
very
meet
cool.
Bubbles. That was a trip.
Uh-huh.
Which, actually, funny thing about Bubbles, he seems to be running from a debate with me right now, which is kind of funny.
Well,
Yeah, I know.
so
it
Bubbles
wouldn't really be
keeps
a
saying he
debate,
wants the
but
debate me and he wants to go on modern day debate, but I don't know. Bubbles challenges a lot of people to debates, and then sort of either they'll never happen, or they just sort of he'll have some excuse as to why he won't do them, kind of thing. So yeah, Bubbles is an odd duck. He is he's very obnoxious, like one of the most obnoxious people out there.
from what I've seen of him, I definitely agree. But
Yeah.
like when he came on the after show, he kept saying, "Oh, Thompson, you're running for me. Amy, you're running for me." Rah, rah, rah,
Yeah.
rah.
Yep, everybody's scared of
Yeah.
that bubblegum gun.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how you get to the point in life where Bubbles is, where you're absolutely convinced that everybody's petrified of you because you've got the killer argument that dogs and wolves aren't related because you can't name a species of wolf in between the two, when people clearly have done and keep doing. And sort of, so some of his beliefs, he believes in gnomes, he believes in, it's really weird. I mean, I cornered him on what his theistic beliefs were, and sort of he said it was the Greek pantheon, but I asked him who Eros was, and he sort of said the god of war, and I'm like, no.
Oh boy.
I'm still telling you, I think most of these creationist types, the vocal ones anyway, are just like really dedicated trolls. There's a few who
Maybe.
definitely believe, and T-Rock may be one of them. But
Yes.
Yeah.
a lot of them are just
I-
they're just being obnoxious for the sake of being obnoxious.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe.
C'est la vie. Well,
Yeah.
shall we begin?
Sounds good.
All right. Let's see how much this messes up the screen layout.
Also, Carrie Ann Chrysler is correct. Dogs and bears are related. They're also related to
And
sea puppers.
Seals, yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that dogs and bears both have that muzzle with the open sides. It's very strange. I can kind of understand it on a bear because you need the longer mouth with the open sides to like get fish and whatnot. But with dogs and wolves, I don't know. It just when they drink, it makes their mouth leak.
Well, I mean, a lot of canids used to be a lot bigger.
Mm.
Yeah.
Like that, bear dogs were a thing for a long time.
They had to be to keep up with the saber-toothed kitties.
I think they were before them.
Possibly.
I could be wrong.
There's
Anyway,
there's
we should
always
probably
some
get
kind of
started.
megafauna. All right. So we're a couple seconds in. It's just James doing his intro. Welcome to Modern Day Debate, etc. So here we go.
Mm-hmm.
With T-Rock and Taylor's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us. T-Rock and Taylor, the floor is all yours. T-Rock.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen real quick. Let me know when everybody can see it.
Oh, geez, screen
Good to
just
go.
has a seizure.
Okay.
That happens every time.
And like, why can't these people ever find the slideshow button? Like, they always like do it from the design part of Power. Anyway, it's just weird. And keep in mind, this is intelligent design on trial. So this is basically them supporting intelligent design. Keep that in mind as well as we go through this. That's important.
Yeah, because it's not two positive claims. It's one positive claim and then the skeptics.
Yep.
Makes a difference on the burden of proof stuff.
Just
This is kind of a creation versus evolution, creation, intentional design versus naturalistic evolution.
No, it's not.
Discussion.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
We just clarified it.
Yeah.
We're at a minute 18 and he immediately tries to
Yeah.
change the nature of the argument.
This reminds me of Kyle, who just sort of changed what the subject was, the proposition was. The proposition is there for a reason. Like, pay attention to it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm going to present some criteria here for how to recognize design. It's very intuitive for people of any age. For example,
Use the slideshow. You can
do
is
it.
designed,
T-Rock.
and that was intentionally done by
so close.
somebody intelligent, and at that, human intelligence above and beyond what animals are capable of. So with that,
It's really ironic to me that he wants to present a thing about intelligent design and the intelligently designed thing doesn't
Is
work.
failing.
I always like to remind people, thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Okay, so I've got some quick
Well,
talking
God
points here.
damn it! How am I supposed to swear now?
That raises an interesting thing. My grandmother used to say that all the time. But I'm like, okay, but God is a title. I have to know what God's name is before I can take it in vain. It wasn't until I got to high school that I found out it was freaking Yahweh. For all I know, we could have been freaking worshiping Vishnu because I had no name.
Mm-hmm.
Efficiency. High efficiency indicates better design generally. The ATP synthase in biological systems is extremely efficient, way beyond what the most efficient machines that people are able to create can achieve. Integration. If you don't know what integration is, it's basically how components interact together, and so it can be at the component level or the system level. Designed systems always have elements of integration, either.
Okay, so stop. So higher efficiency indicates better design. Kind of. It depends what you're designing for, right? So if you're designing for high safety or high accuracy systems, they might actually be more complex. So this whole thing is like, well, yeah, higher efficiency is something that you want to go for, but there's other factors as well. Like, it's not just the more efficient it is, the better the design it is. That is completely simplistic and totally wrong. Because if you want, say, a safety system that's very, very diligent in what it's doing, like it's taking readings for pressure and readings for, air intake and all of these things, then it's not going to be efficient, but that is a better design than a more efficient system that's just dangerous. It's silly. This is silly.
And sometimes you just sacrifice efficiency just to make things work. Like
Yes.
that's basically the whole idea behind a semi truck. They guzzle gas like crazy, but they can haul really heavy things.
Yeah,
Sure.
it's more about torque. In fact, I was just pointing out to the kids today, we were getting gas, and at the gas pump, the pumps, they shut off periodically even though you're not done fueling. And the kids were like, "What's the deal with that?" I'm like, "Well, it's a safety mechanism. When the fume pressure builds up to a certain point, it shuts off the flow to prevent a spill."
Right.
And there we are. Safety is prioritized over efficiency. We could fuel faster,
Yes.
but the safety matters more.
Yes. And that is
Also-
good design, because you should never sacrifice safety for productivity, ever.
Triangle shirtwaist. If you know,
Yes.
you know.
Very, very much.
Also, Emperor, could
What's
you turn
triangle
it down by
shirtwaist?
like 20%? He's just
Oh yeah,
loud
T-Rock
compared to you
is
guys.
is made of loud. I don't
Yeah.
know what his deal is. Let's try right around there. And Vesta, I will have a look into that. I haven't heard of such a thing, but it could be interesting.
Salem hypothesis.
basically
I'll look it up. You keep going.
engineers are trained to see design in things, so they see it in things that aren't designed.
It's like an advanced form of pareidolia. Like we see
From what I
rabbits in the
understand,
clouds,
yes.
and an engineer is like, "Oh, that must have been built."
Yeah, from what I know of it, yeah.
That sort of explains the Mud Fossil University guy. These rocks,
Oh.
they look square. They must have been constructed or something. Yeah.
What does he think of
There-
salt cubes?
Salt cubes are trippy. When I got my first macro photography lens, one of the very first things I did was sprinkle salt on the counter so I could,
Aw,
cast.
sweet.
Yeah. And I was like, why are they so square?
They always make smaller cubes, no matter how you break them. It will always be a smaller cube.
Yeah, it's so fun.
Or multi-component or multi-system. So you take a very simple concept like pen and paper. The pen and the paper integrated together with the ink, and they're both integrated with the human scale, with hand-eye coordination, that sort of thing. It's actually as simplistic as pen or pencil and paper is. It's extremely highly integrated for intelligent use. So even very basic systems show high degrees of system integration. Available resources, good designs capitalize on available resources. The dirt that we walk on is integrated and designed and available for primarily, obviously a whole bunch of applications, but plants grow in the ground. That's our food source. The ground provides us a place to live and operate and so on and so forth. But good design utilizes available resources and looks ahead to make sure that resources will always be available.
Right, but like the design utilizes the resource. That doesn't mean the resource is designed. I don't know about this, dude.
And he's also missing top-down versus bottom-up design. It annoys me that he never goes into this, like how we tell the difference between top-down design and bottom-up. I'll just explain that from the audience. So top-down design is when you basically just say you're planning a network of computers, because that's my field. I know what I'm talking about with computer networking. Basically, you would basically plan out all of the disparate systems. Like you would say, okay, I've got my firewall over here. I have my systems over here for accounting and those practices. I have my security overview over here, kind of thing. Like you would plan out everything in your design, kind of thing. So they're all meshed to work together. Now, bottom-up design is when you have these systems already existing, say, right? So you have like a system here that's doing this, a system here that's doing that, and then you're trying to integrate them together. So what happens is that you're sort of making these connections between them and sort of meshing them up and sort of lining them up, but you have a lot of inefficiency coming up because they're not designed to work together like a pen is, for instance. So you have these sort of inefficiencies, not in the little systems themselves, but between the systems, because you have to have a way for them to work in a way that they weren't originally designed for. And we see a lot of that in sort of biology, where you'll have, vestigial organs that, don't do anything. And you'll see that in bottom-up design that, oh, we don't need this system anymore. It's fine doing what it's doing, and we're just going to leave it there kind of thing. So yeah, it annoys me that he never, of course he doesn't go into this because it kind of, refutes his position, but yeah.
Also, fair warning, it is thunderstorming outside, so if I suddenly disappear, that's probably why.
Because God smote you.
You heathen.
I mean, it's about time.
Well, before Doctor gets banished to the abyss, we found a pretty purple rock, which you may notice it's fluorite from Illinois, apparently, which makes me want to take a trip to Illinois. And
it is all cubes.
Yeah. So
if you zoom in, it's all just tinier cubes.
Can I? Ooh, I can. Here we go.
Yeah.
Can you guys see that?
Yeah, fluorite's wacky.
But I mean, the molecular system, is just squares, cubes.
Yeah, on an atomic level, it forms just cubes. So it results in cubes.
You will be assimilated. Also, proud of myself, I figured out how to switch tabs without having to close the share screen and open a new one.
Oh,
Progress.
Cool. Might ask you to show me that when we're done.
All right. Let's let T-Rock go on. He's got a lot to say still.
Yeah.
Designs that do not use that foresight can still be considered designs, but they're decidedly inferior. Okay, so redundancy of systems or components. You can think of something like a spare tire on a car. It's a redundant piece that you don't have to operate the car, but it is an indication of a higher level design for contingencies. Just one example, systems controls. You have material. What are you going to do with it? It's information that tells you when, where, how much, the proportionalities, the order of events, or the sequences that those materials are going to come together.
None of which we receive from nature, incidentally. Like, he's giving us all these characteristics of how a design system might work and which ways are best practices, but nothing that demonstrates anything is a design system,
Yeah, he's just defining design so far. And we do have redundancies in a way, depending on what system you're talking about. But yeah, most of the time we just don't.
So by definition, things that control those parameters are information systems. Self-maintenance. This is not all design systems in the human world do this, but the ones that do display a much higher level of design than systems that don't. Adaptability and versatility. So here you can think of differences between like a skateboard wheel and a car tire. Car tires, by their nature, are designed to operate on a wider variety of surfaces than a skateboard wheel is. And versatility, being able to use something for more than one purpose. Those are also highly indicative of design. Input-output control. So think of an automobile and how you put gasoline into it, so your tank is.
I think he's misusing the idea of design and inspiration. It's not quite the right word, but I can't think of the word I want. It's a beauty in the mind of the beholder type thing. It's not the thing is designed, it's our minds are creative. Like if I pick up a random stick off the ground, I can use it as a baseball bat, I can use it as a walking stick, I could use it as a really weird spoon if I really wanted to. There's a whole bunch of things. That isn't because it's more adaptable and therefore designed. It's because I'm a creative person who doesn't mind looking like a crazy person with a giant long stick for a spoon.
Right.
Yeah.
Or
I mean,
you can see the potentiality in turning it into a spoon kind of thing.
yeah, finding different uses for things is basically the origin of humanity.
Yeah, creativity is arguably our second greatest superpower after the ability to work together to create even bigger things.
Ooh, that deer died from a
So
lightning strike, but now it's easier to eat.
I think maybe that you're looking for, I mean, the industry word for it is innovation, right? Like, so being innovative
Yeah,
with things, right? So is that the word you're looking for?
it's closer. It may be correct.
Okay.
I'm drawing a total blank, but yeah, because it's
Yeah.
something that comes from the utilizer. It's not an inherent property in the thing being utilized.
Yeah, innovation. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I think that all of these, like, there's no problem with evolution doing all of these things, right? But really, what we should be asking is what we should expect to see if evolution does these things, as opposed to a person high up designing everything as a top-down kind of thing. And what we should expect to see with evolution is a whole bunch of redundant things, a whole bunch of things that no longer have any use in the design kind of thing, a whole bunch of really inefficient things, sort of standing out. And that's exactly what we see. The laryngeal nerve is one of my favorites.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It goes all the way down your neck, around the aorta, and then all the way back up to cover about that far in your neck. It is so inefficient. And then you put it in a giraffe. It is so incredibly inefficient. You would have to be insane to do that.
And I mean, what are there's a type of program that basically uses evolutionary means to make itself better. Is it machine learning?
Yeah, probably. I mean, some
That's
kind of
one
AI
way.
Like
protocol.
I know there's something like that can produce patterns really similar to evolution that just makes a program better and better and more efficient. And
Sure.
like it zeroes in on the best way to do what it's supposed to do.
Oh, I think I know what you mean. Yeah, it's a version of the oppositional neural network thing. I've seen somebody create a brand new one and basically just dropped it into a video game. And the one network had the parameters of the video game, and the other network had to try to make a character with ragdoll physics move to do the parameters. And it took like 1,000 tries just to be able to make the thing walk. But eventually it learned to walk, and then it learned to like go around corners and push buttons and do all sorts of things. Because every time it ran through, the other network would be like, you did it wrong, but not tell it why. But when it did do something right, then it would say you did that right, and it would remember and it'd try to do it again the next time.
Interesting.
So it's a very inefficient form of evolution in a pseudo mental sense, but
Yes.
yeah, that's one way to go about it.
Yeah, it exploits what we know of evolutionary mechanisms.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the draw with it is you can just set it to go and let it evolve by itself. So you don't have to work out all the programming for it.
Right, yeah. That's I think that's one of the big things they're going for, is trying to reach a point where we can have self-programming programs where we can just tell one network what we want the final product to look like, and then the other network has to just go through iteration after iteration.
Oh man,
To
I
do
don't
it.
remember who said it, but I remember watching a debate where an evolutionary professor said, "Yeah, I do this in my work. I've created a program that creates programs to do what I want it to do."
Might have been Jay Bundy, because he works with computer modeling for evolutionary systems. If you're not aware of Jay Bundy, he works at the Lenski Labs of all places, but he does computer modeling for evolutionary systems. So he models them basically, which is really cool.
Interesting.
I like Jay. Jay's a fascinating guy. I like Jay.
Yeah.
designed and your system is designed to use one type of fuel, you put a cap on there so that you can control what goes in and therefore what comes out of the system. Specificity. The more specific you get, the higher level design tends to be. You can be too specific and create unnecessary specificity, i.e. something like Rube Goldberg, but high levels of specificity equate to high levels of design. Now, biological systems have every one of these indicators, every single one of them. It's pretty much unheard of for people in natural conversation when they're not being defensive about origins topics to deny that these all exist in the biological world. Okay.
Well,
Actually, we don't have adaptability. Like, it's only our minds that give us. Our biology doesn't give us adaptability. It's our minds that do. Like,
Well,
most animals
it
are not adaptable.
depends.
Well,
It really
yeah.
depends.
yeah, like there's a lot of projection. There's a lot of we're putting these values onto things. Like with, most of us can adapt to some extent, but like adaptability in the sense that it's meant biologically, that requires multiple generations where you sort out the ones most fit for a certain adaptive niche from the ones who are not, and they go do something else or die off.
Yeah, some organisms are just more resilient and able to wait through that process than others.
Yeah, and there's a whole bunch of factors like speed of reproduction and whatnot. But I mean, like,
Yeah.
I don't know. There's so much like system controls that whole where, when, how much. There's no control there. Like we're
Well,
hungry
is he
when we're
referring to
hungry.
Hox genes? Maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Those
Because
are
those
the genes that
do
control
do
the
that.
construction of a body.
Yeah, like they
Well,
tell
okay,
you put a limb here, put fingers
Yeah.
here, etc.
Mm.
So here's the thing. Like, if you're talking about the individual subsystems themselves, you do get a lot of that stuff. There's still some inefficiency. There is self-maintenance. But when you're talking about the overall, like he even mentions integration there, the integration between the systems is sometimes dreadfully bad, right? It's sometimes horribly bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The way that sort of we absorb food and things like that. Like, we've got way more efficient engines for getting power out of them than the human has, kind of thing. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's not that great. Like, and that's because the systems between themselves can be terrible. I mean, you've basically got, like, as Matt Delahunty, you've got your reproductive organs right next to your waste
Yeah.
sort of organs. That is terrible design, because the one side is incredibly vulnerable to infection, and the other side produces waste which infects things. Like, it's an absolutely shocking design. Nobody in their right minds would put the exhaust next to the intake.
One might even say it's a shit design.
Yeah, basically.
Hey. But yeah, like evolution is not survival of the fittest. It's survival of the good enough. Like, if you can pass on your genes, that's all that evolution cares about.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's and there's so many other things on this list, but I don't want to get stuck here all
Yeah,
day.
we're 6 minutes in. We've been here for 40.
Yeah.
About
Sorry, that's
origins
mostly my
topics
fault.
to deny
That's
that
all right.
these all exist in the biological world. Okay, naturalism without intelligent input always yields randomness, no specificity, no control, no foresight for resources, and no efficiency, as in zero, none. There's nothing.
Oh, zero efficiency. It's interesting how he says always, as if, according to his model, everything was designed. So how would he have any sample of a not designed anything to test to find out these traits, right?
That's a good question. Good question.
Yeah, and also, like, we don't have penguins in the desert. Like, the environment selects for a specific type of organism that
this is
others
just
can't survive it.
This is simply just mistaking natural selection as a random process. It's not random.
Yeah.
It's deterministic. It's not random. Stop it, creationists. It's not random. The mutations that come up may be random, but the process of evolution is not random.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, specificity goes to adaptability, or rather adaptation and expression. Control, no, we can't control how. Well, no, that's not true. We can
The
control
environment.
Yeah,
Well,
like
yeah, but the environment controls like
yes,
among, without taking away a human's ability to control our environment, the environment controls what is produced. So there is
yes,
control.
yeah. We have limited control to an extent,
Yes.
but we can control through artificial selection what happens with the species under our dominion. I mean, we could artificially select ourselves, but most cultures frown on that kind of thing.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. And just in case someone brings it up, no, Darwin did not advocate for that kind of thing.
No.
Thing to measure, because efficiency is basically a parameter of design, and you can measure efficiency in something like ATP synthase, as indicated earlier. So I will stop there so that Taylor can have a turn.
Thank you
Hey,
very much. We'll
can you
kick it
hear
over to Taylor.
Okay.
We're ready for you.
One moment. Let me share my screen real quick.
I need to stop share mine. There we go. Okay.
Okay.
Then we do the
Let
screen
me see,
dance.
one moment.
Was that seriously all of his opening?
Okay.
In fairness,
screen.
when I debated him,
Okay.
he didn't
Can
even
y'all
have
see it?
that much.
Yes.
Okay.
Jeez.
So yeah, today we're debating whether science suggests abiogenesis or intelligent design.
And click
I
to
believe,
add subtitle.
I love the attention to detail and the completionism shown here,
Yeah.
and also the same subject change.
Yep.
I mean,
Oh,
it's
boy.
not even about abiogenesis,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not evolution versus intelligent design either.
Right.
And also, does
So
science
here's the
suggest?
thing.
Not does nature suggest? Does science suggest? So what the fuck?
So here's the thing, right? And to be perfectly brutally honest, I have had with modern day debate a couple of times before where it's been, are you interested in a fill in the blank debate kind of thing? And I've gotten there and the title is slightly different. So is it possible that James said, hey, we're doing intelligent design versus evolution? And they went, yes. And he called it intelligent design on trial. I
Yeah,
think that is
That is
possible.
fair.
That is definitely possible. As I mentioned before, the debate that I was on with
Yeah.
T-Rock, the topic changed like 3 times in the hour before the debate actually
Right.
started.
Right.
But on the other hand, if she is a PhD student, you have to make a lot of presentations. You should know not to leave
Yeah.
click to add subtitle in. So
And she's not
curious
doing
if
the
she really
slideshow
prepared
either.
it all.
There's a slideshow function, people. Learn how to use it. Seriously, it looks so much better than this crap. Because this is how you edit it, not how you present it. So the thing is, even if the title did change, you should just look at it's scheduled. It's in YouTube. Just look at it before you go in. Just make sure you've got the right topic. I mean, come on, it's not hard.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of diligence there.
Well, I mean that may be asking too much from our creationist friends.
Science suggests that we are intelligently designed. The purpose of science is generally a pursuit of knowledge. And there's many different fields of science: cell biology, physics, chemistry, theology, or philosophy. And actually, most scientists do believe in God. So most scientists are not atheist, contrary to popular belief.
Not the question.
And so there's a lot of questions that science hasn't answered yet, such as the creation of the universe, the creation of life, consciousness. And the more we learn, the more we learn, the more we wonder how these things came about. And it doesn't seem like time is really on our side in terms of figuring out some of these main problems that we cannot seem to solve. So abiogenesis is life arising from non-living material. And there's currently no working theory that scientists can come together and agree on. And people just think that if there's enough time...
There's a big difference between no consensus and no working models.
Well,
right?
She said no working theory, and that is technically true.
Yes, and I want to nitpick, but at the same time, granting that she's a PhD student, we probably should allow that she did intend to use theory instead of just do that colloquial slip thing that people do. Yeah, that's exactly it, Luckiest. Science has an answered X, therefore God.
And that's sort of an argument from ignorance, essentially,
Mm-hmm.
or an argument from incredulity, sort of, abiogenesis. Well, that specifically is argument from ignorance, but
and the cell will get created. But contrary to popular belief, time does not really help in terms of these things coming about if there is not proper conditions for them to come about. Also, panspermia is another theory where life originated from another planet. But even with that, that just pushes back the question of where did life originally begin in the universe and how.
sure does.
Mm-hmm.
And
Doesn't
also,
make it not
Darwin
true.
said, if it could be
Mhm.
demonstrated that any complex organ existed which could not possibly have been formed by numerous successive slight modifications, my theory would absolutely break down. And in my opinion, and many other scientists believe that we have found things like this, where if you take away any component, the organelle will not function.
Irreducible
Different
complexity.
components of the cell, if they're taken away, the entire system will not function. So abiogenesis was first proposed by a Russian scientist in 1924. And at that time, we just thought the cells were balls of jelly. So we didn't really understand the complexity of life at that time. So in 1953, we saw the structure of DNA, just to give you an idea of how early abiogenesis was theorized. It was very young and very early. And so at this time, we did not understand the complexity of the cell. But now that we can see how complex a cell actually is, we are trying to figure out how this got started. Okay, so when and how life begins remains highly uncertain. This was actually a paper I read the other day on evolution that mentioned this. So scientists do acknowledge that when and how life began is highly uncertain. And the theory of origin of life still requires fundamental, perhaps revolutionary developments. Here was another conference of abiogenesis scientists who can still not come to any sort of consensus on how life began.
Is this
Sounds
a
like
presentation
Jim
or
Stewart.
just the heading? Like, this is just the heading. Like, there's nothing.
I think that's all she's got. I don't know why she needed to share a screen for that, but okay. It's
Yeah.
so today's regular video release was Hugh Ross, the astrophysicist who gave up being an astrophysicist to be an apologist, and his whole thing is what we've discovered in the late 20th century and early 21st century. It points to an all-powerful creator, therefore God. So we as Christians are justified in our belief because of scientific discoveries. But that, of course, that makes me ask, okay, great for you, but what about the people who believed the last 2,000 years? You're saying they were not justified in their belief. So it seems like the same sort of thing to me, where we're saying, because humans haven't discovered the thing, it must be God.
Right.
Except with Ross, it's the other way around. We have discovered the thing, therefore it is God, even though that's not the case either.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just not even citing any sources or anything. This is a very sad presentation.
Yeah, I mean, I know what she's referring to with the discovery of DNA. That's Watson and Crick taking the photograph. Of course, it was discovered prior to that. I have no idea what she's talking about with the Russian scientist and that whole thing about people thought cells were balls of jelly. I'm skeptical. I'm not sure that's wrong, but I'm skeptical because I have
Well,
a
maybe
pretty
before
high...
microscopes.
Yeah, that's the thing, is we've had microscopes for a while now.
Yeah.
I mean, yes and no. Go figure, it's a lot more complicated than she's letting on.
Naturally.
Yeah, I think the first microscopes arose in either the 16 or 1700s. And at least when they were first discovered, they were called animalcules. That was the first term for them because they were molecule or tiny animals as far as they could tell. I'm not sure. I mean, cells have cytoplasm, which you could maybe call jelly. A little more complicated than that, but yeah, like, she's not arguing like a scientist. She's arguing like an apologist.
Which stands to reason, considering her current role. That's a
And
fascinating
future
thing.
job prospects.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I mean, we see that all the time. Like, I mean, Behe, Michael B. He's one of the best at trying to blend his science with his apologetics. But even in his case, you can still see when he's flicking the switch of rationality versus belief on and off. You know?
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Yeah, this does not bode well if she ever has to defend a
Yeah.
dissertation.
Mm-hmm.
Like you you can't prove what you think is right, therefore I must be correct. That's not how you get a PhD.
Not to my knowledge.
I mean, maybe they'll just give it to her for the balls of trying that. You know? Probably not. Probably not. No.
Yeah, probably not.
So I love this picture of the flagellum. This is something I actually study.
I love this
And
picture too.
you can just see the complexity of it and the beauty and the design. And so
Shouldn't the moderator be
specified
telling
functional
her,
complexity is
like-
a system with several interacting parts.
Oh,
which is
so
just
does she
part-
actually have a presentation?
interrupt you.
It's just
I think so. Yeah, this is the thing. Like,
Oh yeah, and James was just about to tell her. Like, was that the first time she like gestured to something? Maybe that's why he didn't bring it up before.
Like, this is not going according to plan. Once again, something that is definitely intelligently designed, not working as intended.
yeah.
I'll look for, like, this is why I have the YouTube of the stream up in a separate window just in case. Like, you learn to figure out redundancies like this when you present stuff.
Maybe she does know how to use the slideshow. She just doesn't know how to share the right screen, like the right window.
Oh boy.
Oh dear.
Oh well. Well, maybe we'll get some beautiful flagellation. Something.
But
I
see,
don't
that's been debunked, completely and utterly blown out of water. Like,
It's
Kitzmiller
got
versus
the gaps
Dover,
on
that
a
was-
microscopic scale, literally. Like you just.
but the
say we don't have an
flagella, we
explanation.
know that came from the injectosome. Like that it was an injection system that just changed over time. Like that has
was?
been absolutely
Cool.
Yeah.
I randomly guessed that
I haven't done any
on the
research
Behe
on
video
it,
I did a
but
couple of weeks ago. I was like,
possibly.
maybe it was
Well,
some kind of injector
That's
thing.
the guy that brought it up in the case, and like they went in and said, "Hey, this is the injectosome."
Oh, sorry. Beamsy just posted a comment that might be good to highlight. Yeah, me too, buddy. Me too.
And
This is part of why I'm
I
looking
muted.
into grad school in Germany.
That's fair. I've heard
I
good
just
things
wanna-
about Germany recently.
Yeah.
I just want to show this. That is
Yes, Lucky,
not
it did.
very good.
Yes. What was it? Miller who wore a mousetrap on his tie to show it could be used as a clip.
Yes,
Yes.
I remember
just-
that because the Kitzmiller and Miller worked for Kitzmiller because there's more that that's just how my brain keeps track of stuff. Like I said, I'm really bad with names, so any mnemonic trick I can use, fantastic.
I just want to share this.
Oh hey, a thing.
Okay, so this is the bacterial flagellum, and this is the type 3 secretion system. Well, they're both type 3 secretion systems. This is the injectosome. They have individual things. So down each side, they've got the individual differences between them. But they have all of these things in common, right? They've got all of it in common. So they're remarkably similar in how they function. So this is where they sort of say, hey, but the flagellum is complexity.
Irreducible?
What's it called? Irreducible complexity, right? So it's irreducibly complex. If you take away any of those parts, kind of thing, any of the parts of it, it stops working. And it's like, yeah, but it will, if you take away these parts, it will work as an injectosome, right? Like, so the whole point is, yeah, it may not work as a flagellum. Something else evolved into that flagellum, or it just, evolution, it just changes parts to work as something else. It will use a nail as a claw. It will use hair as spines, right? Like we don't have to have exactly the same thing in order for it to evolve. So that's why that argument was blown completely out of the water and is a terrible argument.
Ah, but I have you now, Mark. For can you show me the missing link between Homo
Yeah,
Farnsworth and Homo sapiens?
Yep.
I hadn't realized until just now because I was trying to keep up with the live chat is we're not actually seeing your slides advance. I'm not sure if you're changing the slide to
There
the
it
next
is.
one, but you mentioned the picture of the I think flagenta, and I
The flagellum. Okay.
flagellum. Thank you.
let me-
Flagenta,
Taylor, I think that you
yes.
you
Flagenta.
Oh man, he been watching a little too much. Who's that idiot you watch who has the heart-shaped stones? Howard.
Oh, I would
been
stir
watching
up, yeah.
a bit too much stirrup.
must have shared your presenter view, and
Can y'all look at it now?
now,
Now
we
it's
can see it.
changing.
James,
Oh,
you're gonna have to
cool.
resize it though. You're gonna have to resize the window.
You got
Okay,
it.
well, we'll just go from here then. It's okay. So here was is everything okay right now?
I'm just resizing, and it's ready right now.
Okay. Just the previous slides, I'm not sure what y'all saw, just going over abiogenesis. And this was the specified functional complexity, which is a system
such a
with
bad
several
I
interacting
will
parts. with-
retract the source's criticism.
It did look like there were a couple of sources that flashed past
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, I will retract that criticism. That's the only one I'm contracting or retracting.
Yeah. Yeah, this diagram looks awfully familiar. Like we just saw something very much like that a second ago. Most peculiar.
If just one part will remove, the system will not function. So I love this.
And we know that's not true.
That is not true.
In
It may
fact,
function as something else.
apparently, we can remove 28 of them and it will still function.
Or
Yeah.
I think he means there's 28 remaining, or they mean 28
Yeah.
remaining. But
Oh,
still,
okay.
yeah.
So remove 14. That's still
Mhm.
more than one.
Yeah.
Considerably.
Yeah.
Man, it's like those knockout tests they do on lab mice.
Mhm.
Like you can knock out like 80% of the genome before it affects any part of the mouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in theory, the percentage would differ, but the same would generally be true of us. As long as we don't knock out anything that's active and useful, it shouldn't actually make a difference. But, biology isn't necessarily about efficiency, so there isn't really any strong motive for our code to be cleaned up. In fact, having redundant, non-functional backups seems to be more of a benefit rather than, but whatever.
Picture of the flagellum. It's actually something I work with, and you can just see the beautiful design in the flagellum, the microtubules. And if one of these parts were missing, then the entire system would not function. This is what Darwin was mentioning, where if we find irreducible complexity, then we'd have to throw out the theory. I'm not.
Did Darwin mention that?
No, he did. He said the opposite. He basically said what may appear at first to be irreducibly complex can really be the end result of thousands of minor stages of increasing complexity.
Yes.
They tried to pull this out with the eye, or they tried.
But they tried. They gave up on that one because we can show organisms with sort of more basal
Like
optics.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like
And sort
Richard
of
Dawkins
explain
isn't perfect, but he has a beautiful presentation on how the current eye evolved.
Yep. And it evolved simultaneously on different species
Yep.
because we don't have the same eye as octopuses. Or
Yeah.
octopi,
Or
which-
shellfish, or
And things
Yeah.
like that.
most
Quite
bacteria who have eye spots.
Hell yeah. But it puts quite the limit on the creationist idea of how they say, oh, well, the fact that everything uses DNA is just a sign of a same designer rather than evolution or whatever. But if we did have the same designer, theoretically there would be one optimum eyeball and everything with eyeballs would have that model,
Right.
And then we come to the topic of what about animals that don't need eyes but have them anyway? Like a lot of salamanders or cave fish.
Yeah. In fact, there was a recent article about a fish that had lost its vision. Its eyes had become vestigial, and its environment changed, and once again, it benefited from vision. So it started re-evolving new eyes on top of the old decommissioned eyes.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's trippy as
man.
hell.
I gotta look that up. That sounds fascinating.
It is.
Do you know what it was? Like,
I don't off the top of my head now. But yeah, it's
Here, I'll
It's
I'll
so
look
weird.
for it. I'll look for it.
alrighty.
I'm not saying that that's what we should do, but I'm just saying that I believe we have found irreducible complexity, to say the least. Yeah, so in terms of abiogenesis, like I said, scientists cannot really come to a consensus on how life could have started from non-living materials. We cannot create a living cell in the lab from scratch. And so the RNA first theory is kind of the predominant theory. And there's a paradox with this. If double-stranded RNA was the first form of genetic material to come about, then
Wouldn't double-stranded RNA be DNA?
Depends on how it's attached, and RNA uses uracil instead of thymine.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's the switch in the nucleobases, and there's also a switch in the way the backbone is constructed. It's 2 oxygens, but whatever. I mean, I don't know. It just it bugs me when it's like, but the whole point of RNA is it's a single strand. But whatever. It's probably not super important.
if it was folded into a protein form or an enzyme form, then it would not be able to transcribe itself. But if it was free, then it wouldn't be in an enzymatic form for replication. So there's a lot of problems here and paradoxes here. And you can see on the side, this is this.
So this strikes me a lot like when Eric Hovind says, which was the first human? Because you have one human pop up and be a human. What's it going to mate with to produce another human? You have to have 2 of them pop into existence at the same time.
that is so
Obviously.
bad. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
we're gonna hear a
that's-
lot about who did it marry on Monday.
Oh, goody. But that's sort of the same sort of deal. Like, we know that evolution happens in populations together. They step by step and they stay together. I think a similar thing applies here. They're saying which was the first self-replicating molecule, because whatever it was, it couldn't be both the replicator and being replicated at the same time. It's exactly the same as which was the first human. It probably wasn't just one molecule. Like, there were very similar compatible molecules, probably many of them, probably a population, but one of them is folded and able to transcribe as an enzyme, while the other is unfolded and it gets read and duplicated, exactly like we do with DNA today. Just my hunch, though.
Can I just say I hate her citations. They're terrible.
Just the link. Oh, come on. At least say the author.
Or the name of the paper that she's citing.
Also, I did
Origin
some
of the-
hunting on the fish. I found
yeah.
2 different situations. One, scientists inserted lenses from a different species into the non-functional eyes, and they functioned. Which is
Cool.
interesting. In another one, they took two populations of blind cavefish that had been reproductively isolated, bred them together, and their offspring had functional eyes,
What?
even though both parents were blind. It's interesting.
Yeah. There's so much, all the anomalies, they're so fascinating. Like, even if we're finding different anomalies than we set out to look for, just, that's what makes biology so very fascinating to me, even though it's not really my particular wheelhouse, because everywhere you look, there's something new to learn, you know?
Oh, also, Beamsy is hunting through her sources, and so far it does not look good.
Yeah, I
She's
mean the
considering
paper
the
that
primordial soup as abiogenesis.
Oh, yes.
Well,
Like
yeah,
the old primordial soup.
and I mean, yeah, this is from 2017, our first citation, but it said like the synthesis of nucleotides and their polymerization into RNA occurred just 1 to a few wet-dry cycles. Under these conditions, RNA polymers likely appeared before 1.7 billion years ago. So, I get that is just a hypothesis, and they're sort of saying, hey, how would this have formed in this wet pond or, primordial soup model? But I don't get what she's going on about. Like, I don't understand what the article disagrees with her.
Naturally.
I don't.
The DNA definition is from 1951. I love it. I mean, it's not like definitions necessarily go out of style or expire, but I dare say we have doubtless updated that a bit since then.
Thematic of the paradox of the RNA first, in which many scientists agree that this is not a proper theory that we should follow. Also, you can see this huge number here. This is how many randomized RNA molecules are required as starting point for the isolation of a ribosomic in vitro selection experiments.
So, I mean,
big numbers scary.
Yeah, big number. Like, what does it mean though? You have to provide context for anyone to care. And I mean, I don't care if she were to present information that says that the odds of such and such happening are 1 in a trillion, when you've got an entire planet full of molecules mixing and mingling. I mean, what are we looking at? Like, well, let's take one particular species of algae that tends to hang out around the tropics. We estimate that there are approximately 8 octillion specimens of that specific species. So let's just go with octillion as a convenient number. If there's an octillion molecules running around the oceans, bumping into each other, trying to see if they fit together, and the odds are only 1 in a trillion, we're still going to end up with hundreds of billions of successful combinations, you know?
Yeah, and not only that, but from what Beamsy is saying about her sources, like, you are trained to analyze the crap out of your sources if you take any science class in college. And I'm not going to accuse her of dishonesty yet, but
Yet.
I am leaning in that direction just because she should know better.
So like I said, if it's folded, it's unable to transcribe. And in the absence of other specialized ribozymes or excessive heat, how could the two strands of the ribozyme faithfully separate in the first place? So normally you need things like helicase or microtubules to come and separate the different strands of the RNA. And yep. Okay, so here was a paper I saw earlier, RNA world hypothesis.
And yup. That's the best sum up I've ever heard.
This is the worst theory of the early evolution of life, except for all the other ones. So it just gives you a good image of what we're actually dealing with here in terms of origin of life. And here's at the bottom left is a couple of the different problems.
I don't know.
First.
So here's the problem: RNA world is a hypothesis, not a theory. And I think the worst theory is that a magic man did it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it literally says hypothesis right in the thing.
Yeah.
Even though it also says theory, but, details.
So, by the way, this is a problem that they have. They can't seem to tell the difference between a opinion piece and a scientific literature, right? And you'd think somebody like her would be able to tell the difference, kind of thing. So, the fact that it says
piece?
Well, it says comment up the top, right?
Oh boy.
Yeah, so I've been noticing this a lot, that they think anything in a journal is automatically a scientific paper, and that's not necessarily the case. They do occasionally have opinion pieces by sort of, scientists in there.
Yeah, all the time. It's a great way to get a discussion going.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm just glancing through to see, like, it's an article. It clearly says it's an article, but it was reviewed, and I'm just it's not super important.
I'm curious though. I'm going to look
also
up the author.
And this is from 2012, by the way.
Problem,
so over 10 years ago.
I.e., and even though that's semi-recent, Again, there has been
Yeah.
some work done since,
A lot changes in 10 years, yeah.
especially in fast-moving fields like this one.
Could we have only had purely right-handed nucleotides and purely left-handed amino acids is very baffling to scientists. So it seems like the
Wait. The chirality is reversed between nucleotides and amino acids?
I don't know. This would be a great question for Grayson.
Somebody call Grayson. Because I know chirality is an issue, and like all our proteins have the same chirality. But if the amino acids have the opposite chirality of the nucleotides, that kind of the one explains the other, right? Because when we're constructing a molecule using an enzyme or a protein, it's going to create a mirror image. I may have learned something that Taylor didn't mean to teach us.
more that we learn, the more we are baffled. And this is another example of how, because we know that if we are putting nucleotides together and forming nucleotides to form things like RNA, then you would have an equal amount of left and right-handed, which would make it not be able to polymerize into DNA, RNA, or protein. So yeah.
You got it. Thank you very much for that opening as well.
Wait, I had a couple
got it.
more, but I can just I can skim through. Sorry. So also, here's a couple of the different problems with abiogenesis. There's many different problems with it. So you can look over those.
I love that it says chicken and egg problem. I understand that that's a colloquialism. It's an idiom that people say. But as a biology grad student, she should freaking know that that's not how things work.
Yeah. Also, I looked up the person she cited, Harold Bernhardt. It appears he does a lot of work in the organic chemistry, origin of life research. And yeah, this guy definitely doesn't think abiogenesis happened. I'm being very sarcastic there. He definitely doesn't.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So I mean, and plus RNA world might not be the most prevalent among.
Yeah.
I think hydrothermal vents was the most prevalent kind of thing, the hypothesis. So
yeah,
she's sort of picking one hypothesis among many for abiogenesis. Because don't forget, there is no theory. There's no overwhelming consensus of what it was. She's picking one.
Wait, I'm looking at her exact source. It ends with, finally, I will critically discuss an alternative theory to the RNA world hypothesis.
Right.
Her own
so
source
she's picking
proposes
one.
an alternative.
Awesome.
Taking a review of that one and then sort of picking out where I think she's just pointing to the title where it says accept all the other ones, and it might be hyperbolic to say, but I have one that could be a lot more, sort of thing. I mean, Grayson introduced me to one. I can't remember the name of it. I've got to watch the video on it. And I've been meaning to.
Amyloid world hypothesis.
Amyloid world, right? So, this whole thing, 10 years ago, amyloid world didn't exist as a hypothesis, right? It just didn't exist.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy, it be thundering outside.
Yeah, I heard that one.
I might mute until I have something to say. Just
it wasn't super loud. I could hear it. Is all.
Still, I'm going to be typing a lot for a minute here.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So when they only discovered self-replicating protein structures of sort of amyloid protein structures in 2018. So, how could this paper possibly take that hypothesis into account? It couldn't have.
Right. Yeah, and that's been. I feel like while RNA is a super useful molecule for the purposes of getting abiogenesis going, I don't think it makes a good starting point because of the complexity issue. I've always thought that simpler self-replicating molecules are a much better way to go, theoretically speaking, and that eventually, once you reach a certain level of complexity, then RNA becomes the path of least resistance for data storage rather than direct function. To put it very grossly.
and start of the universe. The Big Bang is also a big question for scientists about how it happened. The universe could not have come from nothing, and there should have been.
Why are we talking about Big Bang?
Because I'm assuming, but I think it's because if everything needs to be designed all the way back, if she can prove God, then clearly there must be a design. But we're off to a bad start because that the universe couldn't come from nothing argument. We don't know that there's a nothing outside of our universe. We have no idea what the hell is outside of our universe. It, could be tap dancing elephants. We cannot observe that, so we don't know there was a nothing. Or anything else for that matter.
Equal amounts of matter and antimatter, and it should have theoretically collapsed in itself.
Now that one is a legitimate question that we have to, I don't know to. There was a symmetry breaking issue. Because as we know, you can have matter condense out of an energy field or a quantum scalar field or any number of different fields. But every way we've been able to figure it out either mathematically or test and experiment and observe, it's always produced in equal parts, matter and antimatter. And it should be that whether a piece annihilates with its own original thingy or some other thingy, a proton, an antiproton, an electron, and a positron, whatever it is, if it was balanced, they all should have annihilated. That's not what happened. So something broke the symmetry, possibly, maybe, unless we come up with a different explanation for it. Who knows? We may need another Einstein for that one, but that is a valid, we don't know. But again, just because we don't know doesn't automatically mean therefore God. Because us being honest and admitting we don't know a thing, that's not grounds to start making shit up.
The fine-tuned early universe. So Sir Roger Penrose calculated that the probability of our universe starting out at very low entropy just by pure chance is 10 to the 123rd power. So
I have no idea how the hell he would calculate that. Now, Penrose, for people who may not be aware, worked with Hawking on a lot of the formulas, the implications of general relativity, gave us, Hawking radiation is most famous, but they worked together on a whole bunch of different things. And the math is strong with that one, so I'm inclined to trust him. But I have no idea how the hell he would derive that calculation, because your initial conditions have to be assumed. It's literally a guess,
So you could do a Bayesian analysis for probability. Now, I mean, when you're doing statistical data analysis, there's a couple of methods of doing it. And usually when you're doing statistical data analysis, you're usually doing sampling, right? That's usually what you're doing. However, you can do Bayesian analysis for that. But the problem with Bayesian analysis is that you've got to assume certain things up front. You've got to plug in some assumptions. And if those assumptions are wrong, your analysis is wrong.
Mm-hmm. And I noticed the source for that one is a site called secretsunlocked.org /science proves the existence of God. So now I'm sus whether Penrose ever actually published any such calculation.
Oh, I don't think he published it. I'd probably say that he calculated a sort of Bayesian analysis, and then sort of said, hey, under certain conditions and stuff that, but they take it as, this is definitely the case, instead of, hey, if we make these assumptions, we can consider this to be a very low probability kind of thing.
Yeah,
also, might I point out that this has nothing to do with intelligent design in biological organisms?
Right. She's just trying to make that teleological argument for the early universe to show there must be a designer and always has been, or some nonsense like that. Not really relevant, but I think she thinks it bolsters her overall case.
this is how fine-tuned the universe is, and physicists agree, just like biologists agree.
Physicists do not agree
On how did this come about? How did life come about? How did the universe come about? These are questions that are the more we learn, the more we wonder. And people mention God of the gaps a lot, so I've came up with this term, the science of the gaps. So,
point of order.
Okay.
She did not come up with this.
Yeah, she did not come up with science of the gaps. And for a start, like, if you're going for applying for a PhD and you've made an online presentation saying science of the gaps, you're in trouble. Like, they are going to look at that and absolutely drum you out of that doctoral admission
Oh,
process.
hell yeah. And like just this whole idea just it tilts me because
Well, why does it tilt you? Why does it tilt you? What's wrong with science of the gaps?
because what we do with science is we find a gap that exists and try to fill it with evidence. Like, we don't just say, oh, it had to have been this. No, we don't stop until we figure out this is the exact cause and this is why. Like,
Well, in my mind, the difference between them.
It's just, I'm not going to call it an equivocation fallacy because I don't know what that exactly means, but it sounds right. Like, you're
It
equivocating
is.
two things that are not comparable.
Right, and the
rigor.
reason why is because God of the gaps, you're basically giving God as an explanation in lieu of not knowing. So you don't know, so God is the explanation. You're inserting that explanation into it, but nobody is inserting science as an explanation, right? Nobody's saying, how was the universe created? Like, how did the universe form, or how did the universe come about? They insert God. We don't insert science, right? We don't just say science is the reason.
Yeah.
What we do is we
Science
say,
did it.
hey, right, science did it. That is not how we do things. Naturalism did it. We're not even inserting that because we're sort of saying, hey, we believe in naturalism because that's all we see. So that's likely, but we're saying we don't know how the universe formed. What we're saying is, let's use science to find out. That doesn't mean we're using science as an explanation in and of itself.
Yeah.
There's scientific explanation. We don't say, how was the universe formed? Scientific explanation. That is not what we're saying.
Insert scientific explanation here.
Yeah, scientific explanation is, I don't know. Let's find out.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and brought up the genetic fallacy. I don't know why, because we're not discrediting their beliefs by discrediting its supposed origins. We're not saying, hey, because it came from Christians, then it is necessarily fault. We're pointing out the logical problems with the entailments that you're making off of these sort of, saying that it was God. It's not the origins that bother us. It's, you could be inserting leprechauns or fairies or any other thing without, evidence for it. It's not the genetic fallacy. She doesn't understand fallacies.
Yeah, I'm not saying your argument is stupid because you are stupid. I'm saying your argument is stupid and you are stupid.
See, I was leaning towards a Sir Sick approach. Like, I don't think it's a genetic fallacy because it came from a human, therefore it's a bad idea. But I like yours better. Oh shoot, I lost my window. I'm
Oh, no.
flicking around too much.
So people have faith in science that, well, just with enough time, science will be able to fix these problems and we'll understand it. So I call that science the gaps because it's actually not even moving in that direction. And you're assuming that science is going to be able to solve these problems when we're actually moving in the opposite direction. And also people that, argue against intelligent design use the genetic fallacy. The genetic fallacy is that you cannot discredit a belief by discrediting its supposed origins. So the attempt to discredit a belief on the grounds that its origins are dubious. So just because
left.
God may say dubious does not mean that you should discredit the belief. And that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. We are going to kick it over to, you can say, the skeptics of intelligent design. Thrilled to have you here with us as well, Amy and Dr. Thompson. If it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, folks, hit that subscribe button as we have many more debates coming up. You don't want to miss them. And with that, thank you very much, Dr. Thompson. The floor is all yours.
And if it's your first time here, please take a minute to hit that subscribe button so you can stay up to date with content like this and all the other fun stuff we do. Related, as many of you know, but some may not, we do debate reviews like this every week, but we alternate between this channel and Mark Reed's channel, which is linked in the description. And also on Monday, The three of us will be joined by Beamsy on Dr. Dino's channel, which is also linked in the description, to make fun of creationists. Should be a good time.
Yep. Specifically, the idiot I named my channel for.
Yeah.
So if you know, then come join us and let's have lots of fun.
Yeah. Yeah. All kinds of good stuff. Okay, plugs are done. On we go.
Yeah.
For now. I guess I could have just talked. over
Unmuted.
that.
Great. So thank you for having
There we
me.
go.
I'm glad to be back in Modern Day Debates. I also have some slides to share. So let's do that. And let me know when that's ready.
It's crystal clear.
Awesome. So, thanks again for having me. I want to say right up front, intelligent design is not science. It clearly is not science, and I'm going to make that case, as is Amy. So intelligent design is, in fact, a political effort to counter the results of a Supreme Court case called Edwards v. Aguillard in 1987. That's when the Supreme Court decided that biblical creationism is religion and should not be taught in public schools. Intelligent design is actually just what I like to refer to as diet creationism. It's got the same great taste, but none of the calories. The thing is, it has less explanatory power than biblical creationism. And in fact, it is a god of the gaps fallacy. The entire program is a god of the gaps fallacy. Anything science can't explain must be God. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Wait, I mean an intelligent designer. We can't use the G word here. By the way, intelligent design was also found to be religion in 2005 in a court case called Kitzmiller v. Dover. I encourage anyone to look up
And Kitzmiller v. Dover,
the judge's decision in that case.
Yeah, the judge basically said that intelligent design is inextricably linked to Christian creationism. There is no way to extricate the one from another, right? So basically, his overview was kind of like, if there'd been a way to take intelligent design out of that and actually put it into its own thing, that may have been a different outcome for that case. But he was like, no, that is inextricably linked to the religion. It can't be removed.
Mhm. Also, I did look up that Roger Penrose thing because I was curious. It seems like he calculated, I still don't know how, he calculated the odds of the universe emerging as it is right now, like Earth, humans, all that as they are right now, without any selective forces.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes more
So,
sense.
considering we have selective forces, that's not a number that's applicable to our universe. It was a hypothetical,
That makes more sense.
if I'm understanding it correctly, because it's complicated stuff.
Oh, yeah, it's all. Yeah, I'll let that one pass. That's a whole other rant.
Case. They lay out exactly the fraud that is intelligent design. So let's walk through it. Intelligent design, what is it? Really, it kind of has two ideas, neither of which are actually novel. Intelligent design has one idea, which is irreducible complexity. Taylor kind of laid out the idea of irreducible complexity. This was formulated by Michael Behe in his book called Darwin's Black Box. Some biological systems have multiple interacting parts that cease functioning if any one of the parts is removed. Thus, it could not evolve via natural selection. That must mean it's designed. Magic. Specified complex information is the other idea that's there, that's been put forward by intelligent design theorists. This is formulated by William Dembski. So in that case, intelligent designed objects have patterns that are specified, quote, and complex, that is unlikely to have occurred by chance. Therefore, it must be designed. Again, it's just ruling in place that God must be intelligent designers must be the explanation. So let's look at this. Let's check the intelligent design tests and actually apply it to something. So there's something called sorted pattern ground. All right, we're gonna get a little away from biology here for a moment. Let's talk about something else. Something called sorted pattern ground is a phenomenon that we see in polar regions. This is an example of something that is specified and complex. People have theorized how these circles that are perfect circles, remember, T-Rex said perfect circles don't occur in nature. We have these nearly perfect circles or these perfectly parallel lines.
I love it.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh yeah, those
No,
little
Chris-
circles are really interesting.
Look, Dr. Chris Thompson is amazing. And let's not forget those structures that are like hexagonal in shape that form in volcanic areas kind of thing, you know.
Why
or
can't I remember
snowflakes,
this?
even.
They're so cool.
Yeah, and there's a
Columnar basalt.
Oh yes. Yeah, I
and there's a hexagon on Saturn on the poles.
mm-hmm.
Like these
Really?
shapes, they do. Yeah.
Yeah, it's only one of the poles. I think it's the North Pole.
Yeah.
But yeah,
North
the
Pole.
polar vortex, because of the difference in the rotational speed, the fluidic forces, it creates a hexagon shape. It's freaking nifty.
Cool. But yeah,
Yeah.
the circular rock formations he's showing there, I forget the explanation. But they are really freaking cool.
Yeah, there's all kinds of trippy stuff. Like, I'm thinking of a pingo, but that's a thing that happens in ice flows. Yeah, not important.
Appearing in nature in the ground. And people theorize that maybe these were ancient humans that went to the polar regions that did this. Or maybe it was, aliens or demons, or maybe alien demons or something like that, right? Who knows? Well, in 2003, there was a study published in the journal Science where it conclusively showed exactly a mechanism to explain this. This paper is called Self-Organization of Sorted Pattern Ground. Now, we know there's certain phenomena that happen with freezing and thawing cycles in polar regions.
Mm-hmm.
This leads to a self-organization that leads to this stunning pattern of stones and soil. There are just two feedback mechanisms that we know work very, very well. And over the years, you're going to see the emergence of this pattern that occurs. So these guys used, basically uniformitarianism that we know we can observe over time, and then applying those principles across iterations using a model that allowed for us to see over time with their model the exact emergence of these patterns. So of course, there's a natural explanation for this. Geologists never pretended that okay, there must be some kind of magic that occurred, right? But if we apply the intelligent design argument to this, if this was done prior to 2003, we would have to conclude that it was designed. This is specified complex information, right? So it's got to be designed. But now that we have a natural explanation for this, for something that we can see is specified and complex, then it's not designed. This illustrates why intelligent design is a complete dead end as a tool for understanding anything in life and in the universe. It doesn't actually teach us anything.
Yeah, that goes to what I'm always saying whenever this type of topic comes up, is when you pretend to know something, you stop looking for the real answer. And that's why this sort of thing is harmful.
So why is intelligent design a dead end? First of all, it has zero explanatory power. It doesn't actually tell us anything about very important questions about the universe and life on Earth. Intelligent design theorists don't bother to answer critical questions, such as where was life designed? When was life designed? For what purpose was life designed? Who did the designing? And the thing is, anytime you want to apply intelligent design to actually intelligent design objects, you can answer all these questions. It's actually quite intuitive. Let's look at an example. What does real intelligent design look like? Here's two examples. This, I would argue, is intelligently designed. This is the Russian Iskander E-missile that's being used right now by Russia to kill innocents in Ukraine. This is over here is the American Patriot system, okay? The American Patriot system on the right is this missile system is being used to counter the missiles that are made by Russia that they're using to kill, people in Ukraine. So where were these designed? Well, this was designed in Russia because it says made in Russia. This was designed in the US because it says made in the US. When was it designed? You could pretty much figure that out relatively easily, right?
So most of it probably says made in China,
These
but
have
never mind.
Yeah. Details, as they say. It reminds me of that scene from Armageddon, where they're on the spaceship, and there's Bruce Willis and the Russian mechanic, and the engine stops working, and he just beats it with a wrench, and he goes, "Russian components, American components, all are made in Taiwan."
Yeah.
Also,
China now,
at least according to Titan Uranus, saying it that way to avoid demonetization, according to him, Taylor
what would
is
he get
getting a
demonetized
doctorate
for?
at an unaccredited Christian university.
Oh, Taylor's going to a Christian U?
According to Titan, yeah.
Fascinating.
No, that's not true. No, I've looked this up. It's not an unaccredited Christian. Oh, her doctorate. Yeah, so her undergrad might have been, I think her undergraduate was from a public university. She might be getting her doctorate from an unaccredited Christian university. I don't know.
Interesting.
At any rate, that would make sense because you wouldn't get into most doctorate programs with stuff like misquoting sources like that.
Yeah, that seems like such a waste, though. Like, why get a PhD from an unaccredited school just because you can present your crap
Because it sounds good to creationists, and you can make lots of money doing that.
You
Oh, I
can make
see.
a butt ton of money because they throw like this creation ministry will throw money at you if you're willing to, sort of come out against the science that is currently making them look bad.
Yeah,
Yep.
I get it, like Dr. Hovind or whatever. But at the same time, there are legitimate scientists within the creation movement. I wonder who gets paid more. Like, I know Kent Hovind is worth about $4 million, but he's also lost a lot of money to his various legal troubles and numerous divorces and so on and so forth. But compared to, say, Stephen Meyer, for example, does the real scientist make more as a creationist than the fake scientist does?
I'm guessing it would probably depend.
So it seems kind of stalky, but I was trying to help out Beamsy with something, and we did look her up. I believe she went to Louisiana State University, so for an undergrad at least. So I don't know where she's applying to for her. It feels very stalky to do this, like seriously. But
Well, I mean,
if she's gonna put
you
herself
have to
out there,
verify a person's credentials, right? The fact that she happens to be a young woman, that's a genetic fallacy.
Yeah, and so if she's going to put herself out there as a professional, I do want to look up what her credentials, where she's studying, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So really sorry, Taylor. I'm have to look up where you're actually going to.
Yeah. And I will say, like, most universities they're fairly open about their PhD students because
Sure.
look at these young minds who are getting to work in the field and learning new things.
Oh yeah.
Well, she is doing a graduate program for Louisiana. So I don't think you're right, Titan. I think she's Louisiana State University, and I think she's been accepted into the doctoral program there. Because I do have her in the graduate program.
But Beamsy said you cannot
But that
call
might be a
someone doctor
master's
without an accreditation. I agree. That's why I am a doctor, sir.
Oh yes. Actually, I noticed that, and I was thinking of saying, "Hey, what about Dr. Dino?" But then I'm like, that's probably why it's spelled differently.
Yeah. Originally, I was gonna talk with a German accent on my channel, but that I don't do a good German accent.
I mean, a bad German accent can be even more funny, but it can be difficult to keep up the facade just for the running gag.
Well, yes, I do agree. However, it can also be very tiring after a while, and it would be very easy for me to slip up doing something like a stream with a sideways.
Oh God, you sound like
something
Otangelo for some reason. I don't know why. It just...
Oh, yes, I like a little bit of role play.
Yes, I like a little bit of role play.
Oh no! You realize if you
I'm not.
you're
What?
gonna summon him.
I looked up that thing on Sir Roger Penrose, and no joke, Otangelo's blog came up, and I was like,
Oh, of course.
oh dear.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
That's so trippy. I don't know. Beamsy says, well, I can be called a doctor, but do not like the idea as I do not work in the field beyond a voluntary basis, and I got my degree for me.
I mean, that is fair.
Yeah, that's your
Beamsy,
choice, man.
but
That's your choice, Beamsy. It's all good.
I kind of relate.
I will still give you the respect a doctorate brings with it, because that shit is tough to earn.
Yeah. So
That's
yeah,
I am curious what his dissertation was on. Now that I think about it.
you.
If you're willing to share that, I'd love to know, Beamsy.
Yeah, I bet you wouldn't talk about it for hours. Absolutely.
Something tells me it's about coming tonight.
Probably.
Titan's gonna do an Otangelo impression.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Mark,
yeah,
you doomed us all.
Shush, it wasn't my fault. You're the first one that did no attempt on pressure.
How dare you?
Yeah,
How
I
dare
don't know. I don't know.
You come
Look,
into my
I
house.
well, I think with people that like, as far as I could see, there was a Taylor on the state university. Whether if she's lying, then she's just doing herself a disservice. It doesn't really matter, right? It doesn't really matter. Her arguments will stand on their own merits, not a product of her education. But I don't see any reason to doubt that her credentials are true. I don't see any reason to doubt them.
I do agree, but it is more disappointing to see these arguments coming from someone who should know better.
Yeah,
In theory.
yeah.
In theory.
Maybe just me personally with my background, but it is.
Yeah, I mean, we can hope. But on the other hand, there are people like Behe who has a legitimate PhD and still spreads this kind of shit.
True.
There was that guy on that thing that we watched with, he has a Harvard PhD in geology and doesn't understand that carbon-14's limit is like 50,000 years. That's insane.
Yeah. Just the whole misradiometric dating thing, it just like, I don't know, it sets off like a brainstorm, for lack of a better term. It's like just ripples of electricity going through my brain, like, why?
Purpose, right? One is for killing, one is for protecting against that killing. There's a co-evolution arms race that occurs here where one is being used for the other. And who are the designers? We can answer this. Well, the Russians designed this, of course, and Americans designed this. And you can apply this to intelligently designed objects. I can go to any factory and figure out how is it being done? Who is doing the designing? The intelligent designers don't ever bother to answer these questions. Now, why am I spending so much time talking about military weapons? Well, it's because if we wanted to take intelligent design seriously for a brief moment, we would have to conclude that there are indeed multiple designers, just as there are multiple human intelligent designers. Mm-hmm. Nature is violence in tooth and claw. It is all about animals killing other animals. It's about plants killing animals, animals killing plants, even fungi, right? So this is cordyceps down here on the bottom. So this is from The Last of Us, this recent program that was on HBO. There is a.
So I haven't seen The Last of Us, but I did read The Girl with All the Gifts. And
that was such a good book.
Oh, hell yeah. And cordyceps is just freaking trippy.
Yep.
He's probably going to explain it, but TLDR, it's a fungus. You all probably have already seen The Last of Us, but for the one person who hasn't.
And they did a documentary on plants killing other plants, and it is an absolute fascinating war out there. Like, you think of plants as just in the background. No, they're not. They're like strangling each other, and I can't remember. It wasn't Life in the Undergrowth. That was about insects. What was it?
I don't know, but if I might shill for a prehistoric planet quick, in the first season, they had a whole segment that was just plants growing and murdering each other. It was awesome to see.
Oh,
The Secret Life of Plants? Was that the one?
That could be. Because I've heard plant murder come up a few times. I know one of them is the Sword of Truth books. I've mentioned those before. And so the hero of the book is like, he's got this sword that lets him kill anything that he views as an enemy. It's a magic sword. So it just, if he perceives you as an enemy, kills you dead. But if he doesn't think you're an enemy, he can't even stab you because it's a magic sword. But when he kills something, then the sword like makes him feel agony for it. It can, too much of it can actually just straight up kill you. So he's talking to the wizard who gave him the sword, and he's like, why? This is so unnatural. And the wizard says, have you seen nature? I mean, look at the pine tree and the oak tree growing next to each other. They're in an arms race trying to get to the sunlight and kill the other one to make room for their own offspring.
Yeah.
It really turned my head. I'm like, trees are murderous.
Yep, it's just happening in slow motion to us.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's really
And so they
cool.
sort of took time lapse and sped it up, kind of thing, And these plants, they're like ivy's winding around things and strangling it and pulling it off. Sort of, it's happening very slowly, but it's like pulling it off the trees and attacking other plants and strangling plants and stuff. It's just incredible.
Oh, yeah. Beamsy just the link Beamsy just put in the chat. I'm gonna switch our view to it. It's
Oh no, I hate these things.
yeah,
Oh yeah,
these
they're
pulsy
fascinating.
dudes. It's so trip. I can't remember where I saw him first. It was probably Beamsy, but they're
Probably.
so freaking trippy.
Hmm.
And they're a similar thing to cordyceps. They take over the nervous system to an extent. They like give an urge to go to a visible place where birds can see, and then they pulse to make the birds see, and then the bird eats them, and that's part of their life cycle. Is they need their offspring to go through a bird's digestive system in order to do the thing. Cordyceps is a little bit different. It doesn't need a bird in the process, but it does create those urges in the nervous system so that the ant will go to a very, very high place, and then the cordyceps just kills it and pops out all its sporing bodies and whatnot so it can spread its spores far and wide.
Yeah, I brought this up on another stream, but there was a collection of apocalypse horror stories I had once. And there was this one story about a man who saw his neighbor just start climbing up a light pole, and he was like, "Hey, get down, that's dangerous, get down, you're going to hurt yourself." So he started climbing up after him to try to help him get down, and he only realized once he reached the top that he was the only one climbing, and he was being taken over by a cordyceps like fungus.
Ooh.
It was horrifying. And I think it ended with him getting shot down by police because this was a growing epidemic.
Well, there's some weird viruses and sort of things that attack us, like for instance, rabies, and people crave water yet become hydrophobic, kind of thing. If you
Is
think
that 28 Days Later? Was a zombie movie made on that idea?
No, that was just a virus kind of thing. But I think it was the rage virus from memory. Sort of, so kind of loosely based. But the weird thing about rabies is that like the organisms will become hydrophobic. You'll become afraid of water. Like weirdly, just like if you think that viruses or organisms can't change your neurology, think again. They can make you do things that, it's so weird.
One of the main reasons why it makes them hydrophobic is because it creates intense spasming in the throat, and it's very painful. So it hurts them like crazy to try to eat or drink anything. And that deprivation is part of what kills them and drives them insane. Also, fun fact, opossums cannot get rabies. Their body temperature is too low.
Too low?
Too low, yes.
I knew they couldn't, but I didn't know that was why.
Yep, it requires high heat.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. That's why mammals are the only real transmission vector. I don't know why they can't infect birds, but it just doesn't, as far as I know.
That's probably for the best.
Yes.
Rabid birds Alfred Hitchcock would be having a whole other nightmares about that.
Oh, yeah.
Very,
I'm
very
going to
trippy.
look that up in the background now because I'm curious. We should probably keep going.
You want to do the thing we're here for? Okay, fine.
Kind of fungus that takes over the nervous system, makes them essentially zombies, has them crawl up, and then they sprout spores across the world. You're not going to imagine a benevolent designer creating these things. This is the design of psychotics, right? Who are clearly designing animals to kill each other. So these are the purposes that obviously an intelligent designer multiple designers would have had to have applied. And it doesn't make any sense that there's a single designer because, these are cross purposes. Why would a single designer create all these animals that are about parasitizing and killing? So I'm going to leave it there, and I'm going to pass this over to my partner, Amy.
Okay, actually, interestingly, it turns out the main reason rabies can't infect birds is because their body temperature is too high. So I guess most mammals are just within like the sweet spot.
Well, I mean, viruses have to adapt too, even though they're not technically living things. The ones that can work with what's available are the ones that are going to spread. I do remember hearing, it may have been Forrest, but it may have been somebody else, say that the reason humans run as hot as we do compared to many of our other mammal friends is precisely because of that, the disease arms race. Whatever can infect dogs and cats and sheeps and pigs and whatnot has a much harder time with us because we're so much hotter. Giggity.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. We'll kick it over to Amy.
Also,
Indeed.
just
Floor
to
is all yours.
tighten, bats can succumb to viruses. There's actually they can succumb to viruses, just not specific. And actually, I think they can succumb to rabies. I'm not sure, not certain though. I know they spread it. Well, according to Google, they do eventually die from rabies.
Well, how rude.
Where's Amy?
Thank you so very much, Doctor. Hello, everyone. My name is Amy Newman, and I am a newly minted professor of information systems, a counter apologist, and unfortunately, prop comedian. Thus, I'm coming to you not as an expert in biology, but as a skeptic whose epistemological toolkit, or the tools I trust, come mainly from empirical means, or in lay terms, science. When I don't know an answer that I want to know, I go to experts in the field, whether that is biology, chemistry, physics, or as far as I can tell, every other subject that's actually testable. This process is what keeps us safe from conspiracy theorists and people on the side of the street selling us oil made from the juices of pythons. So when we talk about intelligent design on trial, which is the subject of tonight, I find not the people sitting in the pews, but intelligent design salespeople can be slippery. They don't like answering questions that would make their model of reality a tangible model in the real world. Creationists, which is what their original name, but they got kicked out of every court case they have ever put forth because even conservative Christian judges can tell you that God done it is not a scientific model. So they had to come back with something that at least sounded better, more sophisticated, more market tested.
So Amy is 100% playing to the crowd at this point. Like of course, being on the skeptic side, it's not incumbent on Amy to present a case, just to say these guys don't really have a case. So,
Right. Yep.
But it's so well done.
It's also good because Dr. Thompson got into a lot of the sort of scientific problems with intelligent design, and she's more doing the logical sort of methodology problems kind of thing. Why it's not rational to believe in this stuff kind of stuff. So it's actually really good strategy by them because they're not focused on the same arguments. Like I see this a lot where two people go in and they'll have, one will go, oh, the person before me just made all the points I made, but here we go again kind of thing. And it's like, probably should have talked about just talk briefly about what you would address during that so you didn't double up on content. But then, that's just sort of meta.
Yeah, I agree. It's very good to do.
Yeah.
And
strategy.
Thus, now we have intelligent design. They even made their own books, like the 1989 to 1993 Of Pandas and People, created by the very much not Orwellian Foundation of Thought and Ethics, a Christian organization whose books include chapters with subjects like irreducible complexity, written in from Michael Behe, asserting that biological systems are too complex to have formed on their own. Yes, the ID community has even found their own mascot, the bacterial flagellum. Which if you don't know what they look like, think of a cellular sperm, with a little tail motoring away. How else could this have formed, if not God? I mean, an intelligent designer who is God. But we now know this tail may have had other functions, like being an injection tool, because nature is sloppy, working with what it has. In fact, we contrast artificial with natural. We are naturally forming. A television is not. There are no wild televisions hunting for electricity. We don't have those super cool 90-degree edges. Instead, we're soft, squishy, bags of meat. My last point is to question the notion that complex is a sign of design. Is there a reason most of us don't use the Yahoo search engine and instead use Google? Nice, clean, simple. Google. I'll have to Google that. Or how about getting into your car? Do you want a complex way of getting inside? Or something simple? We can do this over and over. Heck, sometimes we even need complexity. Oftentimes for the designer to then clean things up and make it simple again. But the notion that complexity makes something designed is nonsense. In conclusion, I'm going to reach into my toolkit for someone who sums this topic up better than I could. By Amanda Gefter from London Economics and MIT, writing in an article for New Scientist. Try this experiment. If you find yourself talking to a proponent of ID, say, okay, for the sake of argument, let's say evolution is wrong, and let's forget about it. Now, tell me how intelligent design works. Having tried this a few times myself, I am confident that you will be met with nothing but awkward silence. End quote. Thank you.
I freaking
Nice.
love Amy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, I had no notes. Every time I even thought of a note to save until after, Amy immediately addressed that point. I'm like, this is just great.
Might just be like a skill you pick up from I don't know, moderating how many dozens of debates.
Well, I mean, so she goes into some of the most wild situations you could ever imagine and deals with some of the most obnoxious people you could ever meet. I mean, she inspired me to do my sort of room rumbles, because she would be going into the most toxic right environments on politics Discord, and people would just be hassling her. Like she just, everything just flows off of her, and she keeps a real sense of humor about it. It's really inspiring. I don't know. I can't say enough good things about her.
Yeah, I agree. My only complaint is that she doesn't have more debates for me to watch.
Right.
It's
Yeah, no,
always
I
nice to
totally
see her
agree.
step into the ring. Always.
Yeah, well, hopefully, now that her school year's over, at least for the one job, she may be able to do more stuff. But
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just it's just so cool. I mean, hell, her old street epistemology videos, even though she only managed to get a couple of them before the pandemic attacked. Eric from Skeptics and Scoundrels has been like reading up on street epistemology and wants to get into it. I'm like, well, Amy's got a couple videos.
Yep.
That's one of their. Amy is remarkable as a person, but also has like this weird mojo about her. Like, everyone eventually makes contact with Amy Newman. Like, she's one of the hubs of the internet or something.
Oh, she is the YouTube night shift manager for atheism and Twitch. She is the atheism night shift manager. Absolutely has that title. There is I will not hear that anybody else has that title. Yeah, and her resilience, her sense of humor, and the thing is, even people that are so vitriolic against people of the LGBTQI community can't help but like her. But they like her. You have to like her. There's no, yeah. You can't dislike her. It's just not possible. If you dislike her, you haven't met her, quite frankly.
Yeah, and that's another remarkable thing. Like, even though she very clearly has views, she's never hostile towards the opposition. She might get snarky, but it's never personal. And so
Yeah.
I don't know of anyone, even ideologically opposite Amy, who does not like Amy.
Right.
That's a rare
I'm
thing.
a big fan of Amy. I'm just going to make that sort of bias 100% clear.
I know
up
we
front.
need T-shirts. In fact, Amy should make T-shirts because then we'd all buy T-shirts. It's just,
Didn't Amy do merch at one point? I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
not that I'm aware of, but I am still kind of new. 7 months now, so yeah.
Thank you very much for that opening statement, Amy. We're going to jump into the open dialogue. I want to let you know, folks, we're going to have a quick one tonight. So the Q&A is going to be right after the open dialogue, and we're going to move fast. So if you happen to have any questions, feel free to fire them into the old live chat. If you tag me with @ModernDayDebate, that's one way to ask, or a super chat, we'll have your question go to the top of the list. And the table is set. Let's get to the main course. Thanks very much to our speakers for being here. The floor is all yours for open dialogue.
All right. Well, I have a couple of questions, and I don't mind if that's okay if I can open with. So, T-Rock, you mentioned that human design has self-maintenance, and I'm curious if you can tell me a little bit about human designs that have self-maintenance that's equivalent to what we see in biological systems.
Well, we don't. That was the point.
So why would self-maintenance be a sign of intelligent design?
Because the more a system can maintain itself, the more so I think everybody understands that the lower maintenance your vehicle is, the better it is for you. The more you have to cater to oil changes, spark plug changes, tire changes, the car can't do any of that on its own, right?
Okay. Right.
And
but
so
like, why is that a sign of intelligent design, though? That's the thing that I don't get. Like, you can't put an example.
I liked what you said, Ember. What's the thing that you're comparing it with?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if you're saying, hey, it's a mark of intelligent design to be self-sustaining, right? Then what are you saying? Well, here's an example of something that's not self-sustaining, and we know that's not designed. Like, there's things that aren't self-sustaining, like, like rocks and stuff, the way they erode and things. That's designed as well.
Yeah. Yeah,
right?
it's that old the watchmaker argument makes no sense because you're traveling down a path made of watches in a forest made of watches, picking up a watch with a hand made of watches. There's no differentiation. Real quick sidetrack. Sidetrack. I'm trying to keep an eye on the side chat. I suck at it. But I do see Nick is around, and Titan is recommending the In Time show. And yeah, absolutely. There's the In Time show. Yeah, Nick does a tremendous program. I freaking love it. I can't recommend it enough. Titan, if you wouldn't mind dropping a link, that would be fabulous. And yeah, it's just, I don't want to do like a whole side thing, even though we just spent a whole side thing praising Amy. It's just like everything from the graphics to the subject matter to the way the content is presented. Like there's updates on the Ukraine situation. There's political
Trump.
intrigue.
He did Trump recently.
The indictment thing. The first thing I ever caught on the In Time show was the unrest in Israel when the people were in the streets and the military was, and it was so potentially tense, but like Nick was on top of it, and they had like live footage. It's just I could go on and on and on. It's just, I really like what they do over on the In Time show.
I have one problem
Nick does
with the In Time show. It does not focus on Australia and the emus enough.
Yes, the emu situation is, it's always a threat looming over the country.
Oh, look, you guys, you're gonna import emus thinking they're nice and awesome, but it'll be a mistake. It'll be the last mistake you ever make.
Yeah, well, I mean, Mark, to be fair about not dealing with Australia, kiwis aren't a very popular fruit.
Do you mean the bird? I know there is also a kiwi fruit.
I hate you so much for that comment. Like, seriously.
God damn it, Doctor.
Wow. Not only because it's insulting because you're like just sort of going, you guys don't matter, but also you got the wrong country. Like that's. Oh dear.
Sorry, I gotta go back to cooking, but yeah.
Oh, I see how you are.
Something that is fully just sort of
I
self-maintained and self-propagating.
I can. You've jumped right past what I was talking about.
Right. Okay.
So when you take that concept and you take something as simple as, say, self-lubrication. So there are bearings, for example, that are designed to lubricate themselves. There is a
Do they
graphite.
ever wear out?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then what happens? Do they have baby bearings that then can go on and propagate?
No, but the point
Oh,
here is to
okay.
your original
It was as
question.
good as God's creation, it would.
The point,
I'm sorry. Wait. Did you say God? I thought we were talking about intelligent design.
Dun dun dun.
Which is God.
Oh, wait. I have a sound effect. I have to get to it. I don't want to. I don't
Right.
want to miss my chance. Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, now we can continue.
I didn't know
Oh.
that there was words we couldn't use. I'm
Well, I
sorry. I
mean,
didn't get a rule book.
No. I mean, isn't
Post
that
the rule
so?
book
Okay. That
somewhere.
actually does help answer one of my questions. Like, who is the
I
designer?
was I was really joking, but
Right.
anyway,
Okay.
continue.
Okay. Right. So I'm kind of
Mhm.
curious then. So why don't we move on to that? So you say God is the intelligent designer, is that right? So what is that? Like I've got a phone here. It's made by Samsung. It says Samsung on it. It says made in China. I can go to China and watch the designers making my phone. Like, of course, it doesn't self-propagate. It's not going to be self-maintained. I have to charge it. It's going to break eventually, and I'm going to have to buy a new one, right? That's one thing that companies love. So I'm curious, when you say God, what do you mean?
The designer.
The designer. No, but what is that? Right? I can go to the Samsung factory and tell you about the Samsung factory. Like, who is there? Who put together my phone? But when you say God, like just saying the designer, that doesn't help me. It's not specified enough. Let's say that.
Yeah, we need specified complexity. Come on, guys. This is your whole thing.
Yep.
And then, of course, I'm going to want to know where the designer came from. Who designed the designer, since it's obviously complex.
Now, I mean, Ember, you can't ask her to make, or you can't ask her argument to be complex since her argument isn't specified. Or, wait, crap, I got that backwards. You can't ask it to be specified if her argument isn't complex at all.
Well, I mean, that's the point of asking for specificity, is I need additional parameters, which adds complexity by its very nature, yes?
Well, it's like sort of God isn't an explanation for anything. It's what did Matt Delahunt used to say? It's solving a mystery by appealing to a bigger mystery, right? So if you sort of say, hey, it was this being that we know nothing about what it is, nothing about how it does anything. If we know nothing about the procedures or processes it uses, then we don't have any information about it. It's kind of just a placeholder to say, this explanation. And this is where God of the Gaps comes in, that why it isn't science of the gaps. Because, if we just said science, that doesn't explain anything, just like God doesn't explain anything.
Yar, it's not just a lack of an explanation, it's a pretense of an explanation that is fake, even among believers, because we've seen across the centuries how many things did God used to be the answer for that we now have a better answer for. It's not just false, it's also counterproductive.
Right. Well, neither is the theory of abiogenesis or the working.
We're not talking about
You have
abiogenesis.
faith in science. and
Intelligent
science
design
science
is on
that.
trial here.
Hey,
We're
Rob, I'm
talking
sorry if I
about
cut you off.
intelligent design. Right. Yeah.
No,
it's okay.
you're fine. I've just been listening. Yeah, I think Taylor and I both agree it's the God of the Bible, the God described in the Bible.
Okay.
And so I want to hop back.
How
for a
do you
minute
know
because-
that though? No, actually, how do you know the designed objects were? So when you say that, all right. So what was designed by God? Were those rings that I showed? This.
How many?
Yeah, get it, Chris.
Okay.
The pattern ground, the specified pattern ground that I showed, is that designed by God?
So if you mean in the immediate sense, as in, I can't answer that in the immediate sense, but I can tell you that God designed the universe, the stars, the planets, our solar system, our moon, the water that we drink,
How?
the plants. How?
Yeah.
That's a brilliant question. That's just like
Scientists
asking,
can't answer how either. So
can't answer how a Big Bang.
Saying you
No, we
can't
can.
answer, that's not an answer.
Yeah.
And there's like two levels to that how. Like, How did God do it? And how do you know?
Mhm.
Thing happens, can't
Yeah,
answer
and I
how
have-
it
About
Where's the
intelligent
utility in
design, though.
this?
So it's not, the whole point here is not how it happened. It's
Yeah, we're
was
not
it
arguing.
was it intelligently designed? Is the evidence stronger in favor of design versus a purely naturalistic explanation? And so you cannot form a planet under naturalistic conditions. Period.
Prove it.
Of course we can. There's explanations to how planets formed under naturalistic conditions, but you don't believe it because it takes too much time for your worldview. And, you know, you've got, I mean, this is T-Rock. He's the guy that said in a debate I had against him that the Earth was created before the universe. Just pass that for a second.
Sure, why not?
Right?
Yeah,
Like,
and, like also
There's
just,
a Earth without a universe to be in is ridiculous.
also just as soon as I heard him say that, my jaw actually dropped. Like, holy crap, that is stupid.
Yeah. And I mean, we can, I mean, obviously none of us have been around long enough, our giant telescopes haven't been around long enough to watch a full planetary formation process. However, we do still see exactly the kind of accretion that leads to building planets
Yes.
even today. Shoemaker-Levy
See accretion
9,
disks.
big
Yep.
old comet, crashed into Jupiter, added its mass. It isn't a hard concept. When you have a gravitational center, shit will fall into it. If you give matter a downhill, it will go downhill. It bugs me. If you can't tell.
So how does a god form a planet?
I
Right.
tried to tell you this. None of us can answer how anything. You can't
What?
answer. You
That's
can't
not true.
answer. You can't answer how a
I
scale
can
becomes
answer
a
how my
feather.
phone is made. Like I can go to the Samsung factory. I can look
Yeah.
at the schematics. I can
And it
watch
was
the video.
intelligent design, wasn't it?
Exactly. Yes, I totally agree.
But what
We
if
know.
no
Can we
intelligent
get
design is
questions like-
there? Does a cell phone get made?
Yeah, of course it gets made. Yes,
No.
right.
In the absence of
In
intelligent design.
sweatshops,
No,
unfortunately.
okay. In the absence of intelligent design, no, obviously not. Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right. Of course. Yes. And there are processes that we can describe by which it was done. Who did it? When it
Sorry,
happened. But you can't do
He
that with
just threw out another thing. We know how feathers formed from scales. We have the entire line illustrated beautifully in the fossil record, and we can replicate it today.
Yes.
We can make alligators grow feathers using
That's a
very
hard pill
simple
for them to
tweak
swallow,
to
isn't it?
Well,
That's
we
a
don't
hard
let-
pill to swallow, that we can sort of reverse engineer feathers out of scales, like biologically.
They won't. We don't let the alligators mature or get hatched, of course, because that'd be a huge ethics issue. But we can do it. That kind of says something.
Okay, Beamsby sent me a slight correction, and technically it is a correction, and as we know, technically correct is the best kind of correct. While we have not observed the entire process of planetary formation start to finish, we have observed various star systems all in different stages of planetary formation. Since we've seen each of the steps, we can confirm the model using that. So, yeah, I can't think of a good analogy. It's sort of like we haven't watched an entire movie, but we've seen the honest trailers, the cinema sins, the all the different things, and eventually we get the bits and pieces and we have the whole movie, even though we never actually went to the movie.
You can just talk about animation keyframes. Like let's say we have 1 out of every 5 frames of a short film. We can probably guess what's between each of the tiny frames, and all together they put together a full animation. That's
Yeah,
what we have
the
as planetary
security-
formation.
A security camera only snaps individual frames, like with a lot of gap in between them. We can still see when some person robbed something. Like,
Yeah, that's a better example. Being a photographer, I probably should have thought of that. Any video is literally just a bunch of still frames.
yes,
Oh well, I need more coffee. Also, it's kind of been a slightly long day, so I'm just doing my best here, okay?
oh, you're good, mate. You're good.
And apparently, Titan Uranus is now a talent agent.
Apparently so.
Yeah, because he didn't have enough work with modding every channel on YouTube. Oh well.
Or I guess we're calling it the God, design.
And neither
objects.
can y'all.
But no, I think that we
So I
actually
had a
have
question,
excellent explanations for
so I was told
origins,
that
but that's not what we're talking about
intelligent
tonight. We're
design-
talking about intelligent
So you've
design.
been kind of overpowering
Oh,
everybody.
okay. Well, I'm
You
just,
gotta go get a chance
I'm
to
trying to
speak
keep
as
people
well.
on topic. The topic
I
is
understand.
intelligent design. Okay.
Yes, exactly. Precisely.
Right.
So I had a couple questions written down from our introductions. One of them was that intelligent design is not science, and I wanted to know if y'all believe theology is science, or is that no longer a science? What is your definition of?
When was it ever a science? I mean, okay, so there's two different kinds of theology, right? There's theology, which is internal theology, the study of religions from a religious perspective. Then there's also theology in the same way sociology exists.
Yes.
The study of what religions do from an outside perspective.
Yeah, so I think she's sort of conflating the idea of theistic sort of exegesis and stuff, sort of that kind of theology, with so when you're talking about, I think I would say theology is a science, but that doesn't make the religion itself scientific, right? It's a soft science, yes. And the study of religions is a soft science, yes. But that doesn't mean that theology, as in theism, is scientific. That's the difference. I mean, you can sort of do a scientific examination, or of the Bible, being a Christian and being inside the religion. That's not a problem. And that is sort of a science because don't forget that science is the methods in which you do it. Not some sort of special category that we're putting things in that automatically makes it all scientific. If you're using a scientific methodology to examine religion, then you are engaged in science and theology. But that they really blur the line between theology and apologetics, because apologetics isn't scientific, because you're not using a scientific methodology in order to carry it out.
Yeah, and
I guess maybe are we talking about theology as a social science, or are we like an aspect of sociology, or are we talking about theology as predicting things in the real world based on scripture is the question. Because one of those is a science, one of those is not.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, and I guess the context used is different. Like when people, sort of colloquial say, well, people shouldn't do this. That's just science, kind of thing. They're using it in a colloquial sense. So I think theology is used a lot in that colloquial sense. They'll go, "Oh, look, I'm reading my Bible. That's theology." Not necessarily, not in sort of the sense of what theology is in a university, right? Because if you go to university and study theology, there's methods and practices it put into place that are required to study that subject. And I really want to be fair, is sort of, yes, it's a soft science. I do want to back that up, that real theology is a science. But I think that a lot of what people who are in the religion would call theology wouldn't be called theology in a university, kind of thing. It would be called,
I agree.
Yeah.
But to what Beamsy just said, I'm not sure I agree. Like, the soft sciences can have their uses. Sociology can teach us a lot about the world around us and how groups of humans interact with one another. It can be useful depending on the context.
Beamsy, psychology is a soft science. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they're not as directly applicable as things like physics or electronics even. But, I mean, understanding humans is probably the most important thing we could ever do, because otherwise those crazy little buggers will kill us all.
I'm not sure about the most important, but yeah, definitely, certainly very, very important. I think there's a lot of people who have received counseling and, mental health services that would disagree that psychology is useless garbage for the real world. I think it's very, very useful. And so I will refute that, Beans. Or stand up for all of the soft scientists I usually disparage at every opportunity and say you're wrong.
Yeah, like there might be some fields of soft science that aren't really applicable. It would depend on the context, like a lot in life.
Oh, actually, Titan Uranus said the best thing. Theology is the branch of philosophy that deals with the supernatural and deities. Yes.
Yeah, I like that. Because
Yes.
while science is technically a branch of philosophy also, it has specified complexity. It is distinct from the rest of philosophy because of the methodology, which if Taylor were practicing to be an actual scientist, she wouldn't have asked that question as if it were some kind of arbitrary label that the rest of science can grant or take away, because she'd know that whether it is it's a function of how it operates rather than an attribute granted to it.
Yeah, and also Titan, I mean, isn't theology also just like can't it also just be the study of how religions interact with people and each other and how they develop? And with that said, I gotta go. My deer steaks are about to burn.
Ooh.
No, deer steaks? Not venison?
Deer steaks.
Okay. Or is he just very, very precious to him? They're deer steaks, like I don't.
Well, deer steaks are deer.
Well, they could even be like wooden sharpened sticks and be deer steaks.
Yeah, I also have some of those. And
Yeah,
boy, are they
hominins
deer.
are working for me today. I don't know why hominins are just really working for me. Agrippa's trilemma. How dare you bring philosophy into our science discussion, Nick? But I prefer to call it Munchausen's trilemma, because the idea of somebody pulling themselves out of muck by their own hair is just hilarious. Like, that's just too funny. Like, so Baron Munchausen pulled himself out of a bog by grabbing his hair and pulling himself out, which is just hilarious.
Yeah, you gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Of science.
I can give my definition, which it is a process, not a body of knowledge. It is about forming hypotheses, going out and collecting data and forming testable theories that people can peer
And
review.
abiogenesis is not a testable theory. So should we
Okay,
put that?
but what's your evidence for intelligent design? Go, floor yours.
You're saying that the cell, you're proposing an explanation for how life was created. So you're proposing an
wanna know
explanation.
if
I'm
you have-
proposing intelligent design. So is abiogenesis technically a science if we cannot replicate it and if we have no evidence to show that it happened?
So this is the God of the gaps fallacy that you're talking about.
And
so
you
if
have
you can
science of the
disprove,
gaps. Because there's
it's
no
not science of the
to show that it
gaps,
actually
right?
happened.
Look,
How
I'm
did
not
it
gonna sit
happen then?
here-
You're
yes,
saying that it
okay.
happened naturally, and that's your
Sure.
argument. So give me an explanation to how.
No,
Unless you're
my
just
argument
proving
is
the
that
gaps.
intelligent design
gaps.
is an insufficient explanation for.
And so is the scientific explanation.
That's
Let
not
me
what we're
show
talking
you.
about tonight. We're
Give
talking
me a
about
working
intelligent
theory
design.
then.
Hold on, just to be sure there's not too much.
Poor T-Rock. he's completely behind on all of this. But yeah, it's fascinating how I appreciate Taylor trying to use tactics to shift the burden of proof like that.
Yep.
But nobody's letting her get away with it. They're like,
It's
no,
very
no.
transparent. It is very transparent of what she's doing. And if in future someone says science of the gaps or naturalism of the gaps, you can, like, please just say, no, nobody's giving science or naturalism as the explanation. Like, we don't just stop there, like we say God and then stop, because that's the explanation is God. No, we're saying we should use science to find the actual explanation, or we should attempt to find a naturalistic solution because God is insufficient. Like, don't ever take that as sort of a, oh, well, yeah, you've got your thing. It's such a misapplication of the argument from ignorance, because you're not saying, well, we're ignorant of what it is, therefore it must be scientific, or therefore it must be naturalistic. That is not what people are saying. So don't take that.
Yeah, it's to put it very simply, it's what Doc Dino said at the very beginning of this thing is, if God is not a sufficient explanation, which it isn't, because these guys are not providing a reason to think that is the case, then science isn't saying, therefore science, therefore we know, or soon will. Science is saying, why don't we go find out?
Yep, exactly right.
Much interrupting. I do just want to be sure that we're able to hear everybody, and I appreciate everybody's passion. It's much better than a passionless debate, so I appreciate that. But I just want to be sure that, because it defeats the purpose if they can't hear you guys, that there's not too much interrupting.
So, Chris, let me kind of point out the fallacy in your thinking there. You cannot explain. So you're using a modern historical context for design, and now you can say, okay, I know how and who and where a cell phone gets designed. So that's purely human context. But you cannot tell me how the megaliths were constructed. You can't tell me how the pyramids were constructed. They're very clearly documented historical events. There's hardly a person on the planet
How
that
did
can
we
tell
get
you
to
how
the
the Egyptians
pyramids?
built the pyramids.
I don't know, but I have returned.
Well,
And,
hooray.
for those who were curious, they are in fact strips of deer meat that I pan-seared, and then once they were fully cooked, I added some variety of spices and a mix of sauces, and they go very well together. Peppery,
Excellent.
spicy, and garlicky. It's
So,
Well,
lovely.
I cooked a roast last night, and let me tell you, the most important part about cooking a roast, and if you want to cook a roast perfectly, what you do when you start off, first open all the windows. Okay, open every single window in the house. That
Did you
is so
smoke
your
yourself
neighbors
out?
can. No, it's so the neighbors can smell what you're cooking, and you can drive them nuts with the smell of the roast wafting through.
Well, if
For
they're
a bonus
smart,
point.
they'll start making side dishes, bring some over, and then you can all have a feast together.
Well,
Ooh.
then you don't have to cook side dishes. It's a win-win.
Bingo.
So it's great. But yeah, you got to let your neighbors know that you're not fucking around over here. You got to let them know. Sorry for swearing. I just decided.
It's fine.
And in time, how do I know it's deer meat? Well, it doesn't.
You find
look
it on the
like-
side of the road.
It doesn't look like human meat, so
Tastes a little gamey. No, I was going to ask, when is deer season in Iowa?
I think it's fall. I don't hunt myself. I actually got these from a friend whose brother shot the deer that I got the meat from.
Yeah.
We had a thing going. I got some meat and she got some desserts. So equivalent exchange.
Barter system. Very good. I
Yes,
approve.
yes.
Wow,
And
that's crazy. Have either of you had roux?
Oh, what now?
never had the
Roux,
chance.
kangaroo.
Oh, no.
It's
I
kind of a bit similar to deer. It's very gamey.
Yeah, like the problem sort of with deer is you have to fully cook it just in case. It's not
that's
like
the same for pork and chicken. I
Right.
mean,
well, like you can't have it rare like a steak,
well, neither can you with pork or chicken. What are you talking about?
I mean,
I-
you could,
I
but
like my
Well,
steaks.
yeah,
a
if you
little
like
thicker in the middle, but I
salmonella,
can't
sure.
do it with my deer steak. That's
I'm-
the issue. Also, in time, I will not answer that. So, have fun. Have fun fearing. Keep in mind, I am not a human. I am a Deinonychus. Your morals do not apply to me.
Okay, so now we're on the cooking channel, and also Nick is doing a philosophy tutorial in the side chat.
Nice. Look, no, honestly,
Look at
I've
any
learned
other
so
one.
much off Nick. Seriously, I gotta thank Nick for he calls me out a lot, and I love it. Like, yeah,
Yep.
I mean, they stacked some rocks on top of each other, starting from the
That's-
bottom up. Now,
that's
do we
great.
know precisely everything? We have a bunch of different ideas of approximately how it was done. We know that there were human beings in that area at that time, that there were the settlements for the people that were assembling these things. We know that there's chisel marks on the rocks. We're not going to assume that it was some sort of magical sort of origination. There's evidence of that it was humans that actually assembled Do we know every precise detail? No, I would say not. And I would say that this is actually a great analogy to abiogenesis. We have ideas about how abiogenesis works. The RNA world hypothesis isn't necessarily the best hypothesis. In fact, I'm particularly fond of the amyloid world hypothesis. I don't know if Taylor.
There you go.
Hey.
There you go. That was my point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is familiar with it, but she should probably look at it because it's in fact sort of discussed in that paper that she cited at the beginning. I don't know if you actually read that one. It was from BNC.
So give us a walkthrough of the amyloid world.
Well, that's not the topic of the debate.
That
We're
is
talking
precisely
about,
the
no,
topic.
it isn't.
Bingo.
We are talking
Yes, we
about
are.
intelligent
Yep.
design.
Well,
We're talking about intelligent design.
Exactly.
This is not intelligent
You're
design
saying
versus
that it wasn't?
abiogenesis.
You're
So
proposing
let me
a
ask.
good
So
hypothesis. So
am
explain it.
I irreducibly complex?
That's a good question.
Am I irreducibly complex?
I believe that there's many aspects of life that have irreducible complexity.
Am I
Can you
irreducibly
please
complex?
explain the amyloid hypothesis for the
No,
viewers?
I will let it's too boring for the viewers. I'm not going to.
No, they want to hear it. We
I
want
want
to
to
know.
know, am I irreducibly complex? We're talking
You
about
mentioned
intelligent
something.
They
You
wanna
should
hear
be
it.
able to explain it.
No, they don't,
Of course,
Taylor.
yes, and we can talk about. I mean, do you want me to
Go
bring up
ahead.
the paper?
I'm going to kick it
We
over to
can.
Amy if you guys can't agree.
Yeah, that's fine.
I do want to know, just to be
Because
sure, that the
I'm feeling hot
amyloid
here.
hypothesis,
Yeah.
is it
For
fair
the
to say
record,
amyloid
we are
hypothesis,
absolutely
is this a
reducibly complex. We are absolutely.
I mean, well, we can remove parts and retain some functionality. Like you could remove my left arm and I can still function. My quality of life will lower, but I'm reducible to an extent.
Yeah.
hypothesis that favors intelligent design or other accounts of
Okay, I will clarify. No, the amyloid world hypothesis is an alternative to the RNA world hypothesis. So amyloids are sheets of protein that apparently have some degree of self-assembly, and we have an interesting model for exactly how this works. Now, is this a full explanation for the origin of life? No, I would say it's an open question. We don't have a full explanation for the origin of life. It is a difficult thing to work on. I had a great conversation with Sal Cordova on my YouTube channel about this, where I went into the details of like origins of proteins and other things and tried to explain it to him. But that's actually not what we're talking about today. We're talking about intelligent design. So I'll let Amy take over.
How did that
Yeah,
amyloid
you could
protein
say
come about?
sustained on that one. In other words, I do think that because it's not per se an argument or hypothesis or theory in favor of intelligent design, I do want to keep it.
No, Beamsy, I was not intending to pick on you. So I have to explain. Beamsy had a surgery recently that involved a limb, and as far as we know, Beamsy's doing better. We hope so. We have, thoughts
We
and
keep
prayers,
being
as they say.
honest. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, because praying about it's going to make it heal so much faster.
absolutely. But no, I wasn't even considering it. It was just an off the cuff. That's a bad one too. It was an off the top of my head example. I wasn't meaning to imply anything about you, Beamsy. We
And
love
Ember,
you, man.
you got your hands full with all these bad puns.
I'm the worst. I seriously am.
Bit more focused on the arguments for intelligent design, and that one sounds like it's, you could say, for the opposite, or at least something different. And so I do want to, without going deeper on that issue, Amy, what did you have in mind that you want to say?
Well, I guess I had a question and maybe a statement because you said how. You want to know how things like a self-replicating molecule happen, right? Because that's a scientific question.
Yeah, you're proposing a scientific explanation.
Sure, and you want to
I would
know
like to hear the
how.
explanation.
How. So I just want to reassert that you can say that intelligent design is real, but you can't actually explain a how to anything. You do not have any hows. And so I would like you to explain how God did anything. Back over to you.
Nice, Amy. Nice.
Hell yeah.
So
hell yeah.
how God created everything. He created the living cell and all of its working components at the same time, unlike the theory of abiogenesis would be able to explain, where you basically have a chicken and the egg question with literally everything. Did
Okay,
DNA
one,
come first? Did proteins
how?
come first? He's saying a
Two,
protein came first.
How do you know? And three,
Yep.
the egg.
Yeah, essentially. So yeah, you can't just say, well, God designed it all at once. That isn't an explanation at all.
Yeah, and you may as well just. I don't have the God did it magic emoji, but SpongeBob doing the imagine thing will have to do. So, more random shilling. If you join a membership, not only do you gain access to a whole bunch of perks, including custom emojis, and your name being pretty colored like Mark says, but the more members we get, the more emojis we can unlock, and members get to vote on which emoji gets added next. So it's like a meta perk. Yeah.
Now, I'm colored because I'm a mod. That's not because of the thing. But I do have the lump of coal next to me because apparently that's what I deserve.
Well, I was trying to put together, like, I was mostly focused on the emojis, but you also have to
I
do, like, the
gotcha.
month badges, and I'm like, it's going to gradually get to be a bigger and bigger and bigger fire until it finally turns into plasma. So I'm like, where do we start? Let's start with coal.
So they're basically just trying to shift the burden of proof. And this is something that happens all throughout this debate. It's, well, what about your abiogenesis? Well, what about your thing? What about all of your explanations? What about science's lack of this, that, and that's essentially what they're doing. And Taylor, I mean, I don't know what she's like as a sort of a biologist, but as sort of her logic and rationality is just not going to hold up. It just isn't.
Yeah, this
Okay.
is genuinely pathetic.
Totally aside, Beamsy just sent me a picture of, I think it's an X-ray part or something. I'm not entirely clear, but this is what he means when he says he's still screwed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So lots of love and hugs for Beamsy. Hopefully it gets better.
Yeah, you want some deer, man?
Deer man? I've never seen a deer man. Is that's a missing link? Have we found it?
Is it related to Man Bear Pig? Oh my god. Oh, and thank you for joining, Beamsy. I appreciate that very, very much. In fact, that
You can't say stuff like that around me, Dr. Dino. You can't say stuff.
Yeah. And I asked that because I got deer sausage in the freezer. I got a whole other pack of deer steaks. I got a lot of meat to go through.
Using the whole buffalo or deer, as it may be.
Dear.
Like I like venison, but I got like 20 pounds of it out of that deal.
Oh, you're gonna hate
I'm
venison
not gonna have.
by the time it's
I'm
over.
not gonna have to buy like beef or anything for months.
Yeah, it'll be great savings. No, I love a lot of things about it. I mean, I think probably my favorite is jerky. It's a great way to preserve it long term, and it's got really good flavor to it. But venison burgers are surprisingly good too.
Yeah,
I've tasted venison. Do not have it because we don't have a big deer population over in Australia. Just saying.
The emus got them all.
You could have camel burgers.
Oh, that sounds nice, doesn't it?
I mean, it might be. They walked a lot.
I don't know. I feel like I realize that the dromedaries are more closely related to cows than to horses, but I feel like it would be super stringy like horses.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But anyway, what you said about deer burgers triggered a buried memory from when I was a kid. My great-grandparents were hosting a cookout to try and get rid of some old meat they had in their freezer. This was in 2013, I think, and I ate deer that was older than 1995. I got sick.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even in a freezer, there are limits, especially like residential freezers and things. Also, God damn it, Beamsy.
For crying out loud.
You gave this man a wrench. You deserve everything you get.
And apparently you got a bottom.
But there's impossibilities with that. How was there all the right chirality form of amino acids present? How did they come together? How did it self-replicate? So these are all questions that do not have answers, and they're critical. So you cannot disprove that God designed everything, but I can disprove that abiogenesis is not possible. And
I can disprove that abiogenesis is not possible.
Yeah, one too many double negatives there.
Yeah, I'm like, hold on a second here.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, so we don't have a consensus theory. Fine. But that's not the same as I can disprove it. The only way Taylor could possibly disprove it is by demonstrating a God is real and that God did it. So
Evidence to the contrary is the
Yeah.
only way you can disprove it. Yep.
Explanations in my opening statement of how abiogenesis is not possible.
So to answer your question on how God did it, your answer is real quick. Was your response?
Did you not hear me, man?
Yeah, she
Oh,
said
I did.
I said God
Created.
created all of the working components
Right.
simultaneously.
Right. But
Real
that's
quick.
as
Okay,
meaningless
that's-
as
and
me
then-
saying.
So is your theory that
But
has no
hold
working
on.
theory.
So I actually did. I heard you very correctly. That was your response, and then you went on to talk about abiogenesis and said nothing about how your God does anything. So I'll hand
I
it back
literally
over to you.
explained it.
How does your God? How about a planet? How does he? You said
I
simultaneous.
think I
That's
gotta
my answer.
I think I gotta reiterate the problem with the direction you guys are trying to push this conversation. Nobody can answer how. You can't explain how a planet forms naturalistically. You can't explain how a moon gets in the proximity of the Earth without
Sorry,
destroying
the
it through
direction they're
naturalistic-
trying to push it. You mean in the direction the debate is supposed to be about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The topic?
y'all keep trying to stay on topic, and we will not
Yeah.
let you. How dare you?
And also, Titan, I can one up your rabbit livers.
Well, so here's the thing, and like T-Rock going, we don't know how a planet forms. Science is pretty confident about how planet forms, T-Rock. I know that you don't believe it personally, but to say that we don't understand, it's so weird. It's so weird. It's like this, like it's fine to say, hey, I don't believe the mainstream science of how they say, but to say they've got no idea. They do think they have an idea. It's so weird.
Yeah, it's like that Bill O'Reilly thing. I'd have to go fishing for it, but the tide goes in, tide goes out. No one can explain why.
No
no,
one.
we all
How
can.
the magnets
Bill.
work. Yeah. It's the insane clown posse of T-Rock. How do planets work? Like,
processes. You can't even explain how the magnetic field of the Earth has lasted billions of years. And so the point here is
he's got this. Okay, so this is coming from, he thinks that the dynamo theory to explain the magnetic poles, which is sort of the solid core inside of liquid magma, that doesn't explain it at all. And there are some mysteries about it and some anomalies and some things that we don't understand, sure. But that's the current theory on how the magnetic field is generated. He doesn't believe that. He thinks it's water inside the core, like inside the core of the Earth somehow. It's baffling. It's so weird. I've been down this road with him. He's like this hydro thing that some creationist came up with. It's really weird.
The hydroplate idea or different hydro thing?
I think it's a different hydro thing.
He probably got wind of that study that came out months ago that showed that there was water between the hard part of the crust and the multi part of the crust that's just above the magma, and it's serving as kind of a lubricating layer sort of thing, which it's hypothesized, but we haven't yet confirmed, obviously. But he hears about that, and he goes, aha, see, there's water down inside the Earth. Therefore, the whole Earth is just a big ball of water, or something like that.
Yeah, so the upper part of the mantle, isn't that the lithosphere? Is it lithosphere? Lithosphere, I think. Anyway, there's an upper part of the mantle. And then it goes down to the asthenosphere, I believe. God, yeah. But this is sort of no, it's not that, because what you're talking about is water captured in rocks. Periotite, I believe it is. It's captured.
Sorry, I just realized I was muted. It is lithosphere. That's the crust and the uppermost part of the mantle, which can sometimes be split into the lower part, which is the asthenosphere, and you're talking about peridotite.
Asthenosphere.
Yeah, that's the stuff.
Sorry?
The rock you're talking about is peridotite.
Yeah.
Peridotite. Yep. So it's not that. It's the movement of water. It's very, very weird. I'd never heard it before I stepped into a debate with him. But for some reason, he thinks that of this other model, which is absolutely like there's no evidence for it whatsoever, kind of thing. Like, but he thinks it's water driven, and I don't know why. So this is where I'm just trying to explain why he thinks that we can't explain the magnetic field and why, because he doesn't believe in dynamo theory.
I mean, well, why not just make the Earth flat, and then we don't even need a magnetic field, right? Because if God can make it, why can't God make it any freaking shape he wants?
Ah, you got me there.
Yeah. So there, and that's why we call it a crust, because it's a pizza planet.
Mm-hmm.
Is not to answer how anything happened. It's to
It's a high school science question.
indicate that all of the criteria associated with intelligent design is
Sorry,
readily
just
evident
really quick.
in the biology.
So, Titan, the reason why I say don't eat carnivores is because carnivores tend to concentrate stuff like heavy metals or just general toxins because they eat so many animals in the surrounding area.
Heavy metals.
So a little bit of carnivore meat's fine, but you want to try to stick to herbivores as much as you can.
I see what you mean. I saw, I think it was in Popular Mechanics. I may be mistaken, but it was explaining the ecological distant effects of pesticide use. Like we spray the pesticides, and then the worm eats the apple, and then the little bird eats the worm, and then the bigger bird eats the little bird, and so on and so forth, until eventually you get up to the apex predator like the eagle, who's just got so much concentration of pesticides that it's just off the charts craziness.
Yeah, being the apex predator is not an easy job. There's a reason why there's so few.
It's very inefficient too, which goes to show bad design.
Can be, it depends on the predator, but I would mostly agree.
Biological world.
Okay, so let's back up a little bit. Taylor, you mentioned the bacterial flagellum, and as Amy pointed out, this is intelligent design's mascot. So I assume that you feel that the bacterial flagellum is irreducibly complex, at least.
I wouldn't say the flagellum is our mascot. I would say the DNA code is our mascot. It's pretty awesome.
Okay.
But yeah, I believe that there's irreducible complexity in many aspects.
It is the bacterial flagellum irreducibly complex.
Yeah, along with many other components of the cell.
Are you familiar with the type 3 secretory system?
Yes, I've read all about it.
Okay, so does it have components of the bacterial flagellum?
The
It's
type
essentially
3 secretory system.
Yes, the type 3 secretory system.
Okay, can you elaborate on what components you're looking for in that?
Sure. So the type 3 secretory system has essentially just some parts of the bacterial flagellum, and it's used for some protists to inject content into cells that it's trying to infect or to take over control of. And it has basically some of the parts of the bacterial flagellum, but not all of the parts. So you could say that it's a simplified bacterial flagellum that's missing some of the parts. In fact, it's missing quite a few of the parts. So how is it irreducibly complex if a simpler version of the bacterial flagellum that is missing some of the parts actually has a function? Can you explain that to me?
Yes, because so in the process of the flagellum evolving, it would not have had the critical components in order for it to function. But the type 3 secretory components are just, extra and nuanced. They're not critical to the infrastructure of the flagellum.
No, they're not extra. These are parts of the bacterial flagellum. It's not all of the bacterial flagellum. It's just some of the parts of the bacterial flagellum. If the bacterial flagellum was in truly irreducibly complex, meaning if you take any one part away, it should cease to have any kind of function whatsoever. The type 3 secretory system clearly shows that there's common origin to these things, that one was taken from the other, and that some of the components can be lost. You don't need all the parts of the bacterial flagellum in order for it to have some kind of function. And so therefore,
what components were missing? What components were missing that
look, I'm a neuroscientist. I don't work in this stuff, so I'm not going to be able to list
you're asking me
to you.
specifics, but every
you
time
can
I
look up
ask
the
you
papers.
specifics, such as the amyloid
Taylor,
protein
fine.
hypothesis.
Yes, and
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. This was such a famous example that Behe brought into Kitzmiller versus Dover and was thoroughly rebutted so well, and they can show, hey, these systems, they're almost identical, just some parts removed from the bacterial flagellum and some extra things added on to the type 3 secretory system. The Behe got so rebuked during that trial by multiple experts that he never brought it up again. They moved on to something else. This is a reverse. This is Taylor and Trock going back to something like the eyeball, for instance. It's been explained. It's a silly move. I don't know why they did it. It's so weird.
Are you
they
saying
don't
the
have anything better.
creationists refuse to update their arguments?
Look, this is a thing that most have by now. They don't bring up bacterial flagellums anymore because it can be explained. It's not irreducibly complex. They're
Well-
people like Sal Cordova and stuff have moved on to sort of nano machines being irreducibly complex, and other things. They're not addressing the bacterial flagellum anymore because it was so destroyed. It's just baffling as to why this is their argument for this debate.
I mean, classic God of the gaps.
Well, yeah.
So-
Except the gap isn't there, so there's not any room for God even.
And there is also and I just want to bring this up, there's also a table theory of evolution where basically what you have is, okay, so you've got a table, right? You've got this table. Any of the legs you remove or the top you remove, it becomes non-functional kind of thing. But what can happen, you can say, hey, if those were taken away, it wouldn't function anymore kind of thing. But in actual fact, what they sort of describe is, what if it had a third, like another leg down the center, or another few legs down the center of the table that supported it while it was being built kind of thing? Then those were taken away. What it means is that it wasn't all just constructed as it is now, but instead you had a number of parts that led up to it that were then taken away, and then you're left with just the bare minimum it needs to function. It's just a sort of mindset of, well, how it is now must have been always the way it was. No, it can have other parts that do different functions or support its development, which then sort of become redundant and are therefore selected against. So there's all kinds of bad with this irreducible complexity.
Yeah, we see it in the other direction too with vestigial organs. Like, we've had to change the definition of vestigial to mean that it clearly used to do something else, because we haven't been able to verify that anything doesn't have any function. Like our appendix serves as like a backup for our bacterial gut biota. If anything causes us to, be cleansed out, then we have a backup copy to repopulate. And so it actually does have a use, even though it's not the original use.
I think you could make a case for the wisdom teeth having literally no use whatsoever.
Oh,
like
no,
we
those are there to kill
do
you.
not use them. I'm not sure if I would categorize that as a use so much as a unintended blowback. But yeah, there's no reason why we need our extra molars anymore. It's just they're not used for anything at all.
Yeah, and they're gradually disappearing. Unfortunately, not fast enough for any of us who've had problems with our wisdom teeth. But there are more and more people born missing 2 or all 4 of them, and
I
just
only
never have
had
to deal
3.
with it. Aha! So you're on your way. I also want to just take a second
I knew it.
to admire this particular pause, because it's exactly what they're feeling is on their face. Like, Taylor's just like blissfully, I'm winning, even though she's getting Rolf stomped.
Yeah.
T-Rock is having a 404 error. Dr. Thompson
he just looks really smug, like we're on top of this.
Amy's got this, I'm not going to let you get away with it glare.
He's smug, but inside he's screaming, what the hell do I do?
Well, but Amy's sort of
dying.
we're just talking about what they look like rather than what they think. But Amy's like, how exactly do I logically try to make your argument work? She's trying to steel man right now and failing miserably because, how do you steel man this argument? Like it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'm sorry, Ember, did you just say Rolf stomp?
Yes.
I am very disappointed in you, sir.
I'm old.
It is Raffle, sir. It is Raffle, not Rolf.
I wasn't going to say it. I thought he was making a joke on
details.
Like, like sort of Rolf stomped kind of thing. I thought it was a joke.
Well, pronouncing initialisms is not my forte.
That's okay. I don't think it's really anybody's.
I will send you
Go ahead and
the
explain it here
paper.
then. We're
I'm
gonna
not going
test
to
your
explain it
knowledge.
here. That's not what
We're
we're
gonna
talking about. We're
test
talking
So,
about intelligent
Chris,
design.
Chris,
Let's go over
I
to
will,
T-Rock.
That's ridiculous.
I will be perfectly honest with you. I am familiar with the irreducibly complex argument, but I'm not like super steeped in it. But it does honestly sound like you're completely misrepresenting what it is.
Explain what I'm misrepresenting.
Okay, so in my slides, one of the things that I was talking about is redundancy of systems. And this actually came up in a debate I had very, very recently. I was talking about how every living creature on the planet has a role that participates in this grand recycling scheme. So something was said about trilobites going extinct, and the balance of nature didn't fall apart because trilobites went extinct. But this is exactly the point. There is so much redundancy in nature to prevent easy extinction. So irreducibly complex things can be, if an animal can go extinct, or your spare tire can fall out of your car and no longer be there, the car still functions.
Okay, what if you take off one of the functioning tires, like one of the 4 tires that's attached to the
Well,
car?
that's exactly the point why I said you're kind of misrepresenting the argument, because you can have just about any given system in biology, and you can find that there's a redundant replacement for it that helps fill the gap. And so in the and
I want to see how T-Rock
Is he-
does if his heart's removed. Where's the redundant replacement system?
But is he arguing for irreducible complexity or against it? Because if there's a redundant system to replace something, then it's not irreducibly complex. T-Rock, what are you doing? This isn't your side. This is why Chris is grinning. It's because, yes, you're describing that if we remove something and it has another function, then it's fine. I don't why? Why, T-Rock? Why must you argue against your own position so often?
Well, I think it's just his simple honesty. Like, because he truly believes what he's saying, he doesn't realize that he's presenting arguments that put him in a double bind, where however the question is answered, it shows that his position is incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, are you saying he knows absolutely nothing about what he's talking about? Color me
That's what I'm
shocked.
guessing.
Like, the one debate he had, I think, with you, Mark, about radiometric dating.
Yes.
Oh, it hurt.
Why would he even be in that debate?
Well, I don't know,
Well, I
but
mean,
he sucked at
there's-
it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of geologists willing to step up and argue radiometric dating. Like, let's face it. It's
I mean, like,
I don't know.
I took notes because I was hoping to come onto your after show later, and I did.
Mhm.
Like, I had like 2 full thick pages of notes on the stuff he got wrong. He did not get a single thing right in his opening.
I'm aware.
It's just like, God, I would say you have to be trying to be that wrong, but I'm not sure he was.
It's a special skill.
Special in what regard?
I'm not going to specify. I will leave it to your interpretation. As a parent of a special needs child, I am definitely not going
And you
there.
know what? It's just occurred to me, like, even something that's designed, is something designed irreducibly complex? Like, because you've got a car, right? But you've got a spare wheel, so you can take a wheel away. You can take the roof off. You can take the doors off. You can, there's a ton of things. I mean, okay, if you're talking about the engine systems, there's stuff that you can't take away. I don't know, though. The car itself, you might say the engine is irreducibly complex,
Well,
but not.
what if you swap the
car.
engine out for a sail? A sail's simpler.
Well, that's true.
I'm glad you brought this up, because it leads my mind down a different path. The entire argument is bullshit. Like, we know it's wrong, but I'm going to go a step further and say it is bullshit, because they're fishing. They're like cherry picking, but for examples, right? Because 100 years ago or so, you could look at a cell and say it's irreducibly complex. It's a cell. You can't take parts out of it and it'll still work. And then we found out you could. And then they would dig a little deeper and be like, oh, look at the nucleus. That's irreducibly complex. You can't do it any different way, and it wouldn't work. And then we found the prokaryotes. And so
Yeah.
they had to scrape. So they just keep digging until they find the next thing, and they go, aha, this one is surely irreducibly complex. It's like we're not
Right.
looking at the whole system. We're looking at one component of the system that you think can't be reduced any further down.
Yes.
It's exactly the same nonsense that they do everywhere else. It's literally God of the gaps in example form.
But you're right, because they've now moved on to sort of proteins and the sort of RNA and things like that. You know, it has to have been created because it can't be formed any other way, kind of thing. So all they're doing, and what really makes me sort of cheeses me off is they never acknowledge that they were wrong. Like, at least science says, hey, we were wrong about this. In actual fact, this is the case. They're never acknowledging that they're wrong. They're just moving on to the next thing and denying that they were ever proved wrong in the first. Like, no creationist is going to say, oh, yeah, you guys, demonstrated how the eyeball could have evolved. That's on us, like that never happens.
Yeah. And Native Atheist, thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot. I think that's the biggest super chat I've gotten. So,
I do have to ask,
I really
seeing their
appreciate that.
profile picture, is that a Kill la Kill cosplay?
Oh, in Native Atheists?
Yeah, or art or something that looks like a uniform from Kill la Kill.
Is there a way I can
Okay.
make that bigger? I don't think
Not
I
to
can
my
from here.
knowledge.
I'm not sure, but I think it might be, and if so, good
I
taste.
guess you could open it in a new tab and zoom in on it a bit, I guess. Hold it, let me do this.
It's not that
I've got
important. I was
skills,
just like,
peeps.
"Ooh, I see something."
See, this is how science is. We're like, let's find out the answers to our questions, and then we investigate. Everybody's
That's the most I
everybody's-
can zoom in on it. So if you want to switch to that one.
Boop.
Well, I found their YouTube channel, and it looks like a Kill la Kill uniform, or at least similar to one. I know there are ones that look like that.
Okay. Well, back onto the debate.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is painful.
yeah.
Ugh.
We're looking for literally anything else to do. We're at that stage of pain.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, on the good news side, I think we're just about we're getting there, because James said this would be a short Q&A, or a short open discussion, and then
Yeah,
the Q&A. And generally we skip the Q&As because it's random. Sometimes there's interesting specific questions, but hey, we have an answer. Native says it's an Apache crown dancer.
Cool.
Okay.
Sweet. All right, let's resume our chaos here.
And that's an element of design. That is specifically an element of design. Redundancy is there as a fail-safe. We
No, I
do
don't
it in
think so.
systems.
Man, my car's been in a shop enough times to know it's not particularly redundant.
Did
More
you
importantly,
ever?
we should talk about the origins of life as well, instead of just nuances of different components of life like the flagellum. So that's why I was talking about the amyloid world hypothesis and the critical things that it lacks in the ability to explain the origin of life.
So I would like to go back to talking about intelligent design, right? So am I an intelligently designed organism? Like, did someone design me?
Obviously not, as we can
Okay.
see.
Okay, well, that's
I'm just
really
kidding.
nice of you.
Really?
Taylor. I
I'm just
really
kidding.
appreciate
Wow,
Wow.
Taylor, you're
Nice,
so
Josh.
witty.
I
I
appreciate
not to laugh.
Oh,
That's,
I see.
Yeah, so that's just sort of Taylor's frustration coming out. I think she's just realised that it sort of doesn't behoove her. So yeah, I mean that's a good question. I just come on, Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, if we were you setting aside whether species are intelligently designed, if each of us was individually crafted by an intelligent designer, that would have to be our parents, or at least the one parent that we develop in. And it's all automated processes, right? Like, there is no
Right.
parent who's like thinking, I need to make the nose grow now or whatever, It's much like our own breathing. It's an automated process. There's no intelligence to it.
It's deterministic. right? So there's certain parameters that go into it that determine the outcome. That it's just process works with parameters and produces outcomes that are just flow onwards kind of thing. Like, what kind of intelligent designer designs a certain percentage of the population to get leukemia and die at a certain point? Like, what kind of design is that?
Right.
What kind of designer, designs a certain percentage of people for their genetics to screw up and they grow too big and die of gigantism? Like that is kind of what we're looking at here. That they then have to come up with, oh, well, that's because of the fall or this other reason or because of these other extraneous things. But, the whole idea that there's redundant systems is that they don't always work. It's not designed for this. It's just a process, and processes screw up. That's what happens.
Yeah, especially complex systems. Eventually stuff starts breaking down and you pass a critical point where you have total system failure.
Yeah.
It does remind me of another thing, though. I used to have a friend who was very big into conspiracy theories, which was fine because I enjoy talking about conspiracy theories. It takes a lot to make me even consider them plausible, but they're fun to talk about.
Yeah,
But-
I agree.
Yeah. But she was also violently anti-evolution. So whenever the topic came up, she would say, "Oh, I didn't evolve from no monkey." And finally, one day I said to her, "You're right. Some of us didn't evolve." She was not pleased, but,
Yeah, but that's frustration coming up. Absolutely. No, I get it.
Yeah.
The short answer, yes.
Yes. Okay. Great. I get some
Absolutely.
sort of straightforward answer. So does that mean I'm irreducibly complex?
Once again, you're kind of alluding to a very strong misrepresentation of
What's the misrepresentation?
Again, the point is not that your scaling is wrong. The
it's
point
not.
is,
T-Rock, have
is
you
that-
read
No, listen,
Behe's Darwin Black Box?
I just kind of answered that indirectly a little while ago.
That you haven't. Okay.
The whole point here is, and to be clear, you notice in my opening statements, I didn't mention directly irreducible complexity. I believe it's a valid argument, but not the way you're presenting it. What I am strongly pushing is systems integration. Are you integrated into anything in the world?
Well,
Everything about design requires some type of integration, and
Can I
you are
ask you
highly
something?
integrated into the world.
Okay.
Some of your
What,
metrics, I
what
always
would
find it
what
weird.
would need to happen to require? Sorry, how could we
Well,
not be somewhat integrated into the world around us?
Yeah, I'm
Well,
not sure what he
everything is
means by that.
integrated into the world around us. Well, he's kind of talking about, so systems integration is when I was describing it, you have disparate systems at the bottom and they're integrated into bigger and bigger systems. So you have like a hierarchical view of being sort of systems integration is more making sure these systems are all interacting with one another correctly kind of thing, right? So So when you're an engineer, what systems integration is making sure that all of the different systems that you've got working in your corporation or your engineering thing are actually working correctly with one another. And it's a kind of argument from incredulity saying, well, how do they work all together integrated? Must be designed that way, instead of the systems that were not integrated. Like, for instance, if you've got a blind human, for instance, back in the time that we were evolving kind of thing, if they're blind, they probably wouldn't survive, right? That lack of integration would be weeded out. It would be absolutely weeded out. So he's just saying, well, I don't understand why we can all function within this bigger system that is sort of the biosphere, and the environment around us. And it's sort of like, well, if we didn't, we wouldn't be here. And then we wouldn't pass on those genes that don't integrate with our thing. So he's mixing up integration on a engineering standpoint and integration on sort of a biological standpoint.
Like, if a rock is integrated into a pile of rocks, does that mean the pile of rocks had to be designed?
Well, according to him, this is the thing. According to him, it is, right? That was Ember's point, and it's one that I really agree. The watchmaker argument, the problem with that argument is that everything is designed. So even things that aren't integrated, you've got an asteroid in space that's not really integrated, but that's still designed as well. So how is integration symbolic of design, and what isn't integrated? And if that thing that you've found isn't integrated, like just say T-Rock says, well, a cloud, well, I mean, a cloud is integrated. Well, just say an asteroid, right, isn't integrated with any other system. Where it might be, or yeah, it's caught by a gravitational field or something like that. You can always make that argument. But if that rock isn't integrated, it was still designed. So there's a counterfactual for you. But the question would be, what's not integrated? Because probably nothing. You could argue a rock's integrated. You can argue that a mountain. You could argue that a blade of grass is in. You could argue anything is integrated, because that's how reality is. Things interact with one another. So what isn't integrated?
Yeah, and also just a really quick Titan. We did sort of evolve from monkeys, sort of.
Old world.
Depends on what you mean by evolve from. We are still monkeys, but our ancestors were monkeys as well. So we did evolve from monkeys, kinda.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
Yeah, we are a derivative of a monkey, but we are a monkey.
I think it's more accurate to say a simian, to be honest with you. That's usually what I say. We are a simian.
I think Sirsek would be all on board. Although we do still have to somehow figure out a way to keep making whiskey, though.
I don't really care. I don't drink, so yeah.
No, that's a Sirsek requirement. I'm actually not a big drinker either. I
mean, there are natural ways to make like wines.
I have this weak ass stuff because I haven't had a drink in years, and I finished the one I did on that one live stream where I was doing the drinking game thing, and because it was open, so I finished that one off, and I still have 3 more.
That does sort of remind me. I am debating turning tomorrow's stream into a drinking game. Like, people feel free to take or drink water instead of alcohol, but I feel like it might be fun and make Hovind a little bit more bearable.
You may be right. You mean Monday stream?
Yeah.
You mean Mondays?
Yeah, Monday, not tomorrow.
Yeah.
But like
now
like
that you have
stick,
a wrench, feel
not a
free
chug.
to link to that thing,
Yeah,
so that
Alright.
people can hit that notify button. After we're done here, of course.
Or open it up in another tab.
Yeah, that's a good possibility. Well, BS, according to your intro video, your grandpappy was a bovine, yes? Yep, all apes, all monkeys, which is why we monkey around so much.
Yep, I got it.
And there's a Nitty, just because.
Hey, Nitty, good to see you. Much love out to Nitty. And rocking the Pride colours. Love it, Nitty. Absolutely love it.
Nice.
Yeah, Nitty and Nara both have a really good rainbow background. Nara was in earlier. I haven't seen in maybe lurking. I don't know, but yeah, the Pride backgrounds are very nice.
Yeah, love it.
Speaking of being decked out in Pride, our stream on Monday is as well. Thank you, Beamsy.
Yeah,
Cool.
just to trigger the creationists.
Well,
That's
now
all. Let's.
I have to change.
Oh,
it.
there you go. It feels so much more lighter and colourful in here.
I like my astronomy background. Want the Comic-Con background? I can do that one too. But yeah,
nice.
yeah, all kinds of goodies. But yeah. I usually only get this one out when it actually comes up, but it came up, so hooray.
Huzzah.
I find that whenever I do that, I usually lose between 3 and 10 subs. But if they get mad about that, they
It's
really
worth
don't belong on this channel.
Yeah, right. If that's going to trigger you, you won't like what's coming next. Yeah.
Yes.
Should we get back to it? No, it's yeah.
Oh, I
We're diverting.
suppose.
What people think is intelligently designed and what is it? What is it about complexity that makes you think that it is the hallmark of design?
Another misrepresentation
Well,
of the
I've never
argument.
said that irreducible complexity was the hallmark. I think that the lack of theory for how life got started is the hallmark, in my opinion. Just because there's no working theory to how life got started.
So she's literally spelling out an argument from ignorance. We
Yes.
don't know right now.
Right.
Therefore,
It's
my
design.
made up nonsense is true.
And it's funny that her and T-Rock are pulling in different directions. She wants to go down the argument from an ignorance track, and he wants to go down. It's weird because she's like, what makes you think that complexity is a hallmark of design? And T-Rock goes, oh, that's a complete misrepresentation. Is it? That's exactly what you said. Like that one of the criteria for being designed is complexity. Like, I don't understand why that would be. T-Rock does this a lot. He'll sort of say things, then you'll, accurately even stillman his position, and he'll say, no, that's a misrepresentation. And it's like, no, it's not a misrepresentation. Like, it seems to just be a knee-jerk reaction from him sometimes.
It reminds me of Ultimated. The other day in Amy's room when 6 hours into the stream, you and Ultimated were going at it, and like every time you said anything, Ultimated's automatic response was, "That's a claim," and then he'd just ask for 10 seconds or something.
Oh, that's Ultimated. Yeah, he's something else.
Yeah. But I feel like it's the same sort of programmed response. Whenever anybody makes any kind of response, you just go, oh, you're misrepresenting.
Something, okay, so the cell, like, for example, like the chicken and the egg problem with the DNA and the protein. So he mentioned the amyloid world hypothesis, and that basically this protein had enzymatic functions and was able to replicate itself. But we know that there would need to be other proteins there and a genetic code present, along with a cell membrane and a form of energy metabolism. So
And none of that is true. Okay, maybe in the amyloid model, that's true. I'm not familiar. I heard about it for the first time tonight. But from a non-model standpoint, none of that is true. You don't have to have your molecules inside an enclosed cell membrane for them to be able to self-replicate. Just as one, for example.
all of these systems components would have needed to be there simultaneously, and that's how I answered Amy's question on how God created it, even though that was trying to bait me. But anyway,
Bait?
She's angry. Just because somebody holds you to the topic of the debate doesn't mean they're baiting you. They're just what?
I know it makes me freaking, I can't even words. It's so frustrating. It's like, no, weird. You could settle this entire issue right now if you just explain how the fuck your nonsense is supposed to work. If it makes sense to all of us, we go, oh, okay, that settles it then, and the show is over,
Yeah, just admit you have nothing, because you have not presented anything, and you refuse to. So you have lost. Good day, ma'am and sir.
The ceiling now has to be cleaned and sterilized. And you get nothing.
Complexity. But what about complexity to you says this makes it design? It's irreducible.
The impossibility for it to come about naturally is what makes me say that this is most likely intelligently designed.
It's not impossible.
Demonstrate, please. Wow.
Like we have explanations for just about every single step.
Yeah, Doc, did you know that powered flight is an impossibility as of, 1911?
Yeah, someone better tell my cousins.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure building a working submarine is an impossibility as of 1830-ish.
Yeah, humans could never go to space.
Oh, yeah, and we could never. Circumnavigating the globe, that's an impossibility, too.
Mm-hmm. So all of these things, it is just an argument from ignorance. It's you don't know how it was done, therefore it cannot be natural and must be a supernatural explanation. This has been done since the dawn of time. Like this is such an old argument, and we all realize it's God of the gaps. It is a God of the gaps. You can't just say, well, no, you're trying to use science of the gaps, because we're not saying we have an explanation, and science isn't an explanation. It's just we don't know how. But we don't see any reason to say that God did it because we don't know how something was done.
Yeah, science is a process to discover the explanation.
I mean, people didn't understand how bacteria came from seemingly nowhere. So it was like God just created animals and things and, birthed tadpoles from nothing.
Yeah, magic tadpoles are always fun. Sea monkeys.
Sure.
It's a thing that you get for your children. You pour this frickin' powder into your water, and a few days later, you've got frickin' brine shrimp. It's magic.
It's brine shrimp.
Mm-hmm.
It really is.
And apparently that was
was
invented by a Ku Klux Klan guy.
Ooh,
apparently, yeah.
That's unfortunate.
So if you've ever paid for sea monkeys off the back of a magazine, you've actually helped the Klan.
Well, it depends on the brand, because a lot of copycats have popped up.
Okay.
Well,
because go
that
figure,
makes me
you
feel
can't really put a patent on brine shrimp.
Also, for those of you wondering, brine shrimp are not good for eating. They never get big enough to even bother with.
Yeah, they also look like little anomalocaruses, which is cool, but also creepy.
I always thought, maybe because mine were very, very tiny, I always thought they looked more like seahorses than they probably should.
Well, that's
But
what brine shrimp look like. Yeah.
Well, there are multiple species. It might depend on the species.
Well, that's true.
But yeah, we don't know where they come from. It's magic.
It's not complexity. You keep misrepresenting the argument again. It's not complexity. That's not what's at issue here.
T-Rock, no, I'm sorry. I can't help it that you're ignorant of the intelligent design argument. But the major players that are the intelligent design theorists, if you're talking about Stephen
Darwin
Miller,
came up with the irreducible
hold on, please
complexity
interrupt me. No, he did not. So we're talking about Stephen Miller. We're talking about William Dembski. We're talking about Michael Behe.
Darwin came up with irreducible complexity. No, he didn't.
Well,
what are you talking about?
I mean, I don't know if he came up with it, but he did write on the idea and explained how it wasn't a thing.
Yeah.
And that was the kind of thing that Darwin did a lot, is he would preemptively address what he perceived to be a likely argument. Because as a legit scientist, his first thoughts were, how would I dispute this if someone else presented it to me?
Yeah, steel manning the opposition. What a crazy idea.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and it's also because, he was trying to falsify it. Like, what could prove it wrong? Because he's a good scientist, and that's what you do when you're a scientist. You try to falsify your own hypothesis.
Mm-hmm.
The words of the things that they made up: specified, complex information, irreducible complexity. That is the crux of the argument.
Two really important points that you're completely off based on. Number one, you're not debating Michael Behe. Number two,
but I thought we were talking about intelligent design.
Specified complexity.
But you're using his arguments.
Different thing than complexity.
So an argument that would refute Michael Behe can be used to refute you. I want to say.
Well, how is specified complexity different than just complexity? Like, how does that make any sense at all? Like, specified for what? What are you talking about?
It has a very specific use, like this rock, right? It has a use as a rock. Like, according to the Bible, we use these to mete out God's justice when someone breaks one of the 813 laws, like mixed fabrics and shellfish and things. So yeah, they have a specified complexity.
Point. I just don't get his point. I really don't. Like, he just seems to be putting in specified to say, well, it's not complexity, it's specified complexity. The same argument stands. How is specified complexity demonstrative of and if it's just specified functionality, why not just say that? I don't get it. It's just so weird.
Also, Mark, I guess you might have spotted it. You were bobbing up and down a lot.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I have a tendency to stim a lot, so I
think it was your camera, because your background was shaking up and down too.
No, it's me. I stim because I've got I'm on the autism spectrum.
Oh, you like
I-
bob
I-
your leg or something?
Yeah, my leg just constantly judders and
Mhm.
sort of I stim a lot. That's what stimming is. It's when you have
Yeah,
a repetitive movement that sort
Yeah,
of
I
calms you
do it
down.
too.
So
I do it too.
yeah,
Yeah.
if my hands are leaning on my table and I'm doing it, sometimes it bobs my camera kind of thing. But
Yeah.
Yeah, my legs have been bouncing this whole time. And when I lean all the way forward, if I've got my toothpick in my hand or whatever, I'll tend to tap it against my mouse pad. It's just, yeah, things have to thing.
yeah. Well, I used to be really conscious of it and really sort of, like, oh, I keep doing this and really sort of insecure. But then I sort of, as when I went through my sort of autism journey, I sort of went, well, that's just what I do. It's nothing to be ashamed of or anything.
Yeah. Like, I mean, genuinely, like, I used to think like there was just something super wrong with my brain. But then I actually started doing some research into what autism's like, and I was like, a lot of things are weirdly making sense now.
Mm-hmm.
Like the dots just connected a lot, and now I know how to deal with a lot of these things, and it's great.
Yeah.
Wish I got that in middle school.
For freaking
Yeah.
real, like a lot of what I learned was because my son, as I mentioned, he's a bit further down the spectrum than I am. And as we were working through his, developmental disability programs, like how can we help him learn because he's not learning in a normal way, and behaviors and various things, as we're working through this, we're like, eventually the school and the counselors and such are like, we're pretty sure it's autism, and they're like all like it's some killer diagnosis, and I'm like, okay, what does that mean? So we're learning about it, and as we're going through it, both me and the kid's mom are just like, this explains a lot about me. Like, oops. But the information just wasn't available when I went through school.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't even a thing when I went through school. Yeah, it just wasn't even something that was suggested. I don't know though. I kind of think that, it would have been great if like it had been a thing and it could have been dealt with. And I don't want to think like that. I want to think that what happened, and maybe I wouldn't be the person I am today if that. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting a bit too contemplative. I'm sorry. I'm just getting way off track.
No,
I
it's
don't-
fine.
it's-
It's fine.
It's totally fair, because there's a whole lot of what ifs, and as the theists like to say, our lives are contingency. Everything that
Oh, sure.
happens could have gone a different way, and we wouldn't be here today doing this if things had gone a different way.
So
Yeah.
I must admit, and I've just gone back and looked, I must admit that T-Rock's argument was not complexity, but he did have some things you could say are kind of getting there. Redundancy systems controls, when, where, how much, proportionality, order of events in sequence. Like all of these things are sort of complexity-ish. So I think that Chris, he kind of has a reason for saying this, but at the same time, his argument wasn't specifically complexity.
Well,
But I think that he should go back to that stone argument, that how those circles form, because that has sequence, it has controls, when, how much, etc. That sort of, and it's not designed, right? It's just processes.
Well, maybe I misheard him, but I could have sworn he said something about complexity as a hallmark of design. Maybe it wasn't written
Oh,
down, but I
maybe.
could swear I heard it.
It
Maybe.
may just be that we're so used to hearing it, but I thought he did too. And Beamsy, this is obviously dwarven bread. That's what that is.
I don't know. If it is the rock I think it is, then it is not. But it might not be the one I'm thinking of, but there is one that, okay, it's a river rock. Okay, so it's not the one. Okay. There was a rock of this oddly specific shape found in Egypt that was carved in a specific way. And yeah, I wonder what it was for.
But that is obviously like a giant's turd. Like you can go down to the river and Thanks for the good times, Howard. Thanks for the good times.
Ugh.
The ridiculous shit we get up to.
Man, I still want to debate him, but I feel like my brain might explode.
It's a surreal feeling. Like if you want a really unique feeling, debating Howard is kind of surreal, because it's like half the time I'm looking around for the camera, not my camera, but the other camera of the prank show that's filming me, and someone will jump out and say, "Hey, you thought that was real?" Like, it's a surreal feeling debating Howard. It's a weird one.
You've been punked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like,
So
and
complexity
here we see
is
this
not
mountain that looks like a elephant, and if you go inside, you are the microscope looking at the mountain.
Yeah.
And when I go in the river, I find these heart-shaped stones.
And
Yeah,
we
but
know
yeah.
all of these tunnels are the aorta for the elephant, because we see how smooth it is on the side. Things don't get that smooth naturally. What?
Ugh.
So I shouldn't open this on stream?
Woo!
Depends on if YouTube recognizes it.
I wonder what we're using that for.
I mean, this is clearly a ceremonial object.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, used in fertility rituals.
Yes. As they say.
Well, go figure. Humans have been doing something for thousands of years. Who'd have thunk?
connected to design at all.
In and of itself, that's not even the argument.
That's not what I was arguing. I was not saying because of irreducible complexity we were designed. I was saying from a lack of theory for abiogenesis and the start of the universe as well. From lack of working
Taylor,
theories
so,
of these
okay.
models, that's what I'm
Taylor,
arguing.
wait, tell me a little bit about what you believe. Is the Earth 4.5 billion years old?
I believe that the universe and life was intelligently designed.
Okay, that doesn't answer my question. When did the design occur? Let's talk about that.
I haven't researched things like, you know, how old the
When?
Earth is. That's not even what I'm arguing. I'm
Are you
arguing
curious about it at
that
all? I
life
mean, like, I can tell
and
you
the
when my phone
universe
was
were
named.
intelligently designed.
Okay, yes, but when?
And the more we learn about these systems, the more we realize that these could not have came about on accident. And
Great. T-Rock, do you have any
scientific
answer
theory.
to when?
You-
Dodge,
Oh,
duck,
yeah.
dip, dive, and dodge. Yeah,
Mhm.
Taylor, that is a dodge and a half.
I know. I kind of want to go back through and see if she actually directly answers any question at any point, because
I don't think so.
I'm thinking probably not.
No substantive ones.
I feel like we could ask, "Is your name Taylor?" And she would be like, "Well, that depends on what you mean by a name, because not every culture has the same naming conventions, and you can't explain why people name their children what they do." You know?
Well, I think that names are intelligently designed.
Mm-hmm. That would be why. I want to make a thing
That's a
about.
low blow right there.
Yeah. Just never mind.
You know I do.
Go ahead, you can say it.
You know
You can
I
say it, man.
Um,
Don't be shy.
No, I'm not. 6,000 years plus
There
minus
we
a
are.
couple hundred
That's
years.
right.
And how do we know that? We know that by the absolute best scientific method
Oh my
possible,
God.
which is eyewitness accounts.
Can I just point
Yes, the very
Best-
best scientific method possible. Eyewitness accounts. I fucking love T-Rock.
He's something else. Like the confidence in which he said that and the sheer incorrectness of what he said are just they're
Oh,
just
boy.
so unparalleled, you know.
Also, I just realized Taylor looks familiar to me. Is it just me, or does she kind of look like a blonde Aloy from Horizon Zero Dawn?
I don't know who that is.
Is I'm not familiar either, but is that the same as the Eloy from the Time Machine?
No. Here, I can.
Yeah. I got nothing.
So now you're just
Before
trying
we go
to
on-
discredit him, and that
I just want to point out, if you think the world is 6,000 years old, you are
Yeah,
off
okay,
by
I just looked up a
99%.
picture, and I think she does. There's the link. Like, she looks like a blonde version of her, I think. in my opinion.
Oh, you put it over here. Okay. I'm like
Yeah.
checking all these different windows for
Yeah.
where the link might be.
I don't see it.
Yeah. Okay, I know that critter. That's from the video game with the frickin' robots.
Yeah, the robot dinosaurs and saber tooths and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. One of my
Yeah, I
housemates
don't
loves
see
that
it.
game.
You don't?
I don't know. All you hairless primates look the same to me.
Fair. I guess I am not a primate, so that might be why.
Percent.
Yes.
Like that is
More than
a
that.
like a
Somebody's off by a huge percent. Yeah.
Sure. It's the difference between the distance between New York and LA and thinking that LA and New York are actually around 26 feet away from each other. That's the
So
difference.
now
that
you're
we're
trying to
talking
argue
about.
things that don't even pertain to intelligence.
No, it's critical,
Did you run out of
Taylor. I'm
arguments?
sorry. It absolutely is critical. We
Okay,
need to
well,
have
think of
some
something else.
idea
Like,
of when
that's
this
not even
actually
relevant
happened.
to the conversation.
It's not
So-
irrelevant. It's not at all.
Okay, well,
Like
think
when
it's
things
better
were
argument.
designed, that's insane.
She brought up the Big Bang and the start of the universe, but
Yeah.
how the universe started and when, that's not relevant.
And the age of the Earth. So when did this design take place, and why does it look like it happened a lot further ago? Tangentially related, I must admit, but yeah, he's got a point that we're talking about when was it designed, when was it created.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. It's if he continues to focus on that and say, well, you have to go into all this stuff. That might be a bit of a too much, but I think he's, this is tangentially related. I must say.
Yeah, it does lead to what he's been saying the whole time. Like, was this phone made sometime in the 21st century or the 20th century?
Right.
The answer isn't actually important, but it helps us on a step towards figuring out where this came from and how it was made. You know,
Right.
so the answer doesn't matter, but where we go from the answer, having the answer as that step, that does matter.
The bigger question is, why is Taylor avoiding answering at all? Like, if she doesn't know, she would say she doesn't know. If she thought it was 4.6 billion, she would say that. If she thought it was 6,000, why is she not answering at all? That's the question
I wonder if
have.
that's her whole strategy, is just don't answer anything.
Maybe. Either that, or she's just worried that if she says 6,000 years on stream and recorded, that she'd have less credibility than she currently already has, which, I mean, the bar's
Technically
already
true.
quite low, Taylor, but,
Yeah. But I mean, like, even creationists, like, Ken Ham, for example, makes fun of flat earthers. I'm like, you realize, never mind. As we know, the irony just zoom right over their heads. But there's a certain hierarchy, and as soon as she says 6,000 years, that's gonna put her she'll be pegged at that level, you know? Of course, that would make her more hireable by Answers in Genesis, but details.
Insane. That is completely insane to me. I'm sorry. But you have no curiosity about when this actually happened? Zero?
There, we're talking about how it came about.
Okay, so let's talk about it. What was designed at the beginning? Was it just like a single cell? Is that what you think?
I think that a cell was designed, yes.
Okay,
But-
one cell. So did humans evolve from a common ancestor that was shared
And I'm
with
not going to tell
chimpanzees?
you all the nuances of my theory until you at least give me a layout of yours, which you have yet to do. You have yet to even explain
Okay,
it in order.
Taylor, you work in
And
biological
you're asking me
sciences. You're
nuances.
you're certainly well acquainted with what I believe, which is
I'm not
generally
talking about
what
the nuances of my
99%
theory
of all
until you give
working
me a layout of
biologists actually
yours.
believe. I
You
don't
can't
need a
even give
layout.
me a layout of your
Okay,
theory.
so
You're
this
not-
is the thing. This is a precept tactic. I won't tell you about this my beliefs and what I believe until you explain to me yours. And might I add that that's not the topic of the debate. It isn't like one against. She's basically avoiding the topic by saying, "Hey, you've got to tell me what your alternative is before I explain the topic of the."
Which, in and of itself, is an implied false dichotomy, because it's either what you believe or what I believe.
Right.
Dr. Thompson could believe in fucking tapioca gnomes created everything. It doesn't
Still
matter
intelligent
at
design.
all. Yeah, well, for some reason, I look
Blarney
at Dr.
Stone.
Thompson and I think of tapioca weasel. I can't.
Or a
help it.
Blarney Stone, a magical rock, did it.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
has no intelligence. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like the title of the debate is Intelligent Design on Trial. So if we were in trial, you, Taylor, are on trial for murder. Well, you see, I couldn't have murdered that person. They were never alive. Prove to me they were ever alive.
Define life.
Like,
I'd say she should have been a lawyer, but that would make law even more horrible than it already is.
yeah, it's just like, seriously, that is the grade of argument she is using. It really is that bad.
Alas, alas. Unfortunately, I can't even say that that would make her the worst lawyer I've ever seen, but details.
Look,
You're
I will
trying
have
to
you
pick
on
apart
my
mine.
YouTube channel and we can talk about it and we can hash it out because I'm
This
very
is where we're
curious to talk to
hashing
you
it
about
out. Let's hear
No,
it.
we're not
Let's
hashing it
hear
out right here. We're talking about intelligent design. So
You're
when
saying
we're
that
humans,
intelligent design isn't true and that science can explain it
let's-
all. So
right,
give me a
all right,
scientific
all right.
method.
Taylor, you're not answering the question. T-Rock, why don't you tell me?
Yeah,
No,
the answer is there.
that's a
Stop
straw
answering.
man. Where's your straw man thing? That's a straw man. He never said science could explain it all. When did he say that? When did he say science could explain it all? He never said that.
Yeah, that's been part of her presentations from the very beginning. The whole science of the gap. Science is always the answer. Yay, straw mans.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really enjoying the emojis.
That is a straw man. He never said science could explain it all. In fact, he absolutely said that God of the gaps is when science can't explain it and you insert a God in there instead. So total that is a misrepresentation.
Yeah.
Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, really.
That was T-Rock on
how-
that one.
For real. But how this should have gone down is once they made their presentations and then the floor opens. And the very first question should have been, who's your designer? And then they say God. And they say, okay, how do we know that's the designer? And it should have proceeded. But nope, that's not what we got. But on the plus side, because it went the way it did, we're now able to do this review.
Yeah.
When were humans
20
designed,
minutes
T-Rock?
ago.
Day 6 of Creation Week, about
There we are.
6,000 years ago.
Thanks for being at least precise. You actually have more explanatory power adopting biblical creationism than you do using Taylor's method, which is intelligent
Well-
design, which is like, I don't know.
And,
who knows?
and god
To be
damn,
clear,
that
You
is
don't know
To be-
anything. You can't even give your
4.5
own
billion
theory.
years.
like when the young earth creationist is more precise than you. That is sad.
That is a rough boat. Yes, it's you got to take a long, hard look in the mirror and be like, what am I doing with my life? Because T-Rock, we all agree he's what Richard Feynman would call not even wrong. But at least he can present what he believes,
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I don't know.
Chris,
Okay.
tell us your theory, which you have yet to
That's
even
not what we're
do.
talking about. We're talking about intelligent design.
Wow. Okay,
Yeah.
I think the audience could see through that, but anyway.
Well, okay, so
Oh.
listen real quick. To be clear, a couple quick points.
The audience can see. No, Taylor, the audience can see through what you're doing. You're clearly shifting the burden of proof. You are so obviously doing it, you might as well hold up a sign that says burden of proof that way. Like, seriously, I don't know, like, where you're getting your delusions that somehow people are seeing that Chris, who is trying to keep to the topic of the debate, is somehow in the wrong. Okay.
Well, I mean, technically, he did just get a little bit frustrated and started to do his own straw man thing. But considering what he's had to go through.
Yeah, like at this point in the debate, yeah, he has every right to get frustrated with her. She has not given them a single thing.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for... Amy hasn't chimed in a while, and I feel like the next one is going to just be like a bunker buster, and it'll just level things. Maybe.
That is how she do.
Yeah. But maybe not. we may end up running into the Q&A before that happens, but we'll see.
Did not come here to argue classical intelligent design.
Okay,
I
but that's the
came
premise
here-
of the debate. It
No,
says intelligent design on trial. I'm looking at the title of what the debate
maybe
is.
so, but that's
Are
not
you
the
new
email I
intelligent
received.
design?
Point number two, though, hold on, I got to collect my thoughts again. But to Taylor's point, if you want to say that intelligent design is not an answer, you're going to have to compare it to something else to say that something else is a better answer.
No, that's not how that works, T-Rock.
No.
Now, if we have an accepted model that the consensus agrees to, and you wish to overthrow that model, you need to
Yes.
provide a model that answers what we have already and does a better job, either fills in unknowns or like general relativity. Like first, it did a better job with the orbit of Mercury, so now it's plausible. Then we look for predictions, and the prediction that was handy was the diffraction of sunlight around a massive body, but we needed a big massive body like the sun, so we had to wait for a solar eclipse. And then because there was a war, we had to wait for another solar eclipse. But when we did, we were able to test. Newton's prediction said the stars behind the sun would be deflected this far, and general relativity said they'd need to be deflected this far. And we measured, and we found that they were deflected this far, so it confirmed a prediction, making it the better overall theory. And even then, we still haven't thrown out Newton's, because even though it's less precise in those very specific circumstances, it's a hell of a lot easier to use. So
It's
when it's
useful.
good
It's
enough,
useful.
we go with it.
And
Yeah.
something may overturn Einstein's theory of relativity, like some kind of quantum theory or something like that. If somebody can make a unifying theory between traditional mechanics and quantum mechanics, that may be a thing. But what we don't do is say, hey, there's a problem with Einsteinian theory of relativity. Let's just put this other one in there, right? Let's just put quantum mechanics in there as the best one now. No, it has to have its own evidence for it. And what you're trying to do is say, hey, there's problems with Newton's theory of gravity. Let's just go with God.
Yeah,
Let's just put that in there without any support for it whatsoever.
exactly. Because we knew about the problems with Newton's theory, at least the orbit of Mercury problem, while Newton was still alive. It frustrated the hell out of him that he couldn't solve that. But
Yeah.
it was the best model we had going, so we ran with it until a better one came along.
Yeah, like all creationism promotes is just stagnation. If we
Yes.
embraced creationism, our society would never advance. Why do you think the medieval period lasted so damn long?
Dark Ages, yeah. And why do you think that the Islam had its golden age and then it stopped? It stopped because people were sort of told not to question Allah anymore. They stopped inquiring as into how it's caused, and they've just put God as an explanation. And that's the problem. Like, why would we ever do any experiments for abiogenesis if we thought that God did it? What would be the point? There would be no point.
Yeah, when you pretend to have the answers, you stop looking for the real answers.
Yeah. Don't be satisfied with the easy answer. Just look beyond it and find the truth. And then continue questioning the truth and what lies beyond that.
Yeah, exactly. Don't be satisfied with any answer. That's why every theory in science is held as tentative until something better comes along. Because we didn't say, okay, Newton has his flaws, but this is clearly correct, so we're just going to run with it. We'll add an epicycle or something like Ptolemy used to do to make it fit. No, we said, this is better than what we had before. And then when something even better came along, we were willing to challenge it, even though it was a valid answer. And we do the same thing in every bloody field we have. That's why the glory in science isn't from proving your theory, it's from knocking down someone else's.
Yeah.
We
Like,
like to break things.
Like, even in geology, where you think things would be literally set in stone, we question everything. And it's led
Look
to
at
a
Mary.
lot of advancements.
look at Mary Schweitzer. She knocked
Bingo.
paleontology for 6. Like, she demonstrated that under certain specific conditions, soft cells. I mean, in that case, it was collagen, but there's certain soft cells will last way beyond what we thought was possible. She demonstrated that. So, you know, her sort of theory of how soft cells decompose under what conditions has now replaced it. Amazing. It's awesome. This is the thing. We love it. We love being proved wrong. But you don't get to prove us wrong by just saying, hey, there's a God. That's my explanation.
Yeah, or
You have to demonstrate this stuff.
or here maybe I can bring up an example since I'm so preferential towards dinosaurs. We now know that most dinosaurs had feathers of some sort. What they're doing is bringing a textbook from the 40s that has all dinosaurs as scaly, lazy layabouts and saying, this is the true dinosaur. I don't care what evidence you have, this is the truth, and it will never be anything but this.
Your evolutionist lies. How about feathers and things?
Yeah.
Yeah, giant chickens. Where the hell is Mighty Chicken? Mighty Chicken's been around lately. I saw Mighty Chicken on Aaron's stream earlier. I couldn't join because I was off with the kids, but anyway, that's totally
Sorry, if I may say something to Sven Garudo-san, or San, whatever. Science may not be the only path to truth, but at present it is probably the best one we have.
I'm actually
At
typing
least the
that right
scientific
now.
method. Yeah.
I'm
Sorry,
actually
I
saying
know this is a
reliable.
discussion you're having, Mark, but I just wanted
Yeah,
to chime in a bit.
Keep out of my discussion. What are you doing? Jumping into my discussion.
what
It's
the
not
hell's
the
going
only
on?
path
What the
to
hell's going
truth,
on?
though. Like, it's not the
Yeah.
only path to truth. Like, you can flip a coin and get the truth. That's the thing. Like, even if you choose randomly and arbitrarily, you can get the truth. It's just not very reliable. Like, so when we're talking about paths to truth, we're talking about what's reliable, what will get you there a majority of the time, as opposed to maybe occasionally you get the truth kind of thing.
Well,
So
sometimes you can reason your way there through philosophy.
Sure, absolutely.
Sometimes you can math your way there.
Sure. But, you know, if you're talking about, like, so the triumph of science over the last sort of century or so has been the sheer amount of discoveries it has reliably given us. And the only reason I can talk to Ember and Dr. Dino right now is the scientific method of testing and inquiry. It's the only reason. So, you know, if you've got a better method, by all means, come up with it. Show everybody that it's more reliable. But you don't get to say, hey, you know, you materialist, you think science can prove everything, because that's not what they think. So, you know, and then you sort of say, hey, you think science is the only way to truth. No, I don't. What are you talking about? Like, stop misrepresenting.
Yeah.
And actually, I would say my entire point of this debate is to show that you guys can't answer questions. Like, none. That it will always
I've
just
been pretty
said,
direct with my answers. Thank you.
Well,
That's fair.
You have been very direct in your bit of biblical literalism. I will accept that. But I will say, if we were to ask how God actually
Welcome
did
back.
anything,
This is part
how,
4
and that
of
is
my
one of the
review
points
of
I
Shmuel
asked
Pollan's
that, because
book,
science
All
is
In
about
for
the
God.
hows.
You got a bit of
Oh,
flat Earth
jeez.
stuff to finish up.
Where's that coming from?
Sorry,
Is that you, Dr. Daniel?
my phone randomly decided to play a Logic video. And
I know,
have
it
no
was just
idea
like,
why.
suddenly Logic just joined the stream.
I didn't. My phone the screen was off. What the hell? I guess it really just wants to watch Logic. Which,
I mean, in
fair, but
fairness, I
weird.
often also want to watch Logic. But details.
So do I. It's just like, what? Wow.
Toodles for now, Kata. Lovely having you drop by. Always good to see ya.
Okay, phone
Yeah,
muted.
always good
That
to
was
see Kata.
weird. Sorry about that.
Oh, that one.
Such a professional place I work in here, like, just so professional
Mhm,
on the No, you're perfectly fine, Dr. Dunn. I'm not even joking. You're perfectly fine.
Look,
If that's the biggest muck up that we're going to have today, then we've gotten off easy. Let's face it. Let's be honest here.
Look, I'm sorry. I got 108 million years of etiquette to catch up on.
I mean, hell, you could do worse than having logic pop up. I mean,
Well, that's true.
what if
True.
Almondo dropped by? You know, like what the
It's
hell,
just the
phone?
Pornhub theme starts playing. Dong.
You know, the fact that you know the theme well enough to hum it, I have questions.
It's a meme. It's a meme, all right? Like, it's not me.
Sure.
I'm not... Yeah, okay.
Oh,
It is a meme,
hey,
man.
Bree's here,
Hey,
and
Bree.
just got home from the prom thing. On Bree mentioned on the Hive Sci Live earlier. Yeah, I want to ask how it was, but answering through chat is going to be a pain in the ass. So you know, fill us in a video thing. But yeah, very curious because I don't hear a lot about adult proms. Like I heard it, over in Rochester they do like a monster prom in the spring. It sounds cool. I've never been, but like regular adult proms sounds.
That's
I don't know.
cool.
I'm
That's
intrigued.
cool.
I'm intrigued.
Man, now I want to see a prom parade, but with them riding like monster trucks.
So random tidbit. At the Comic-Con, we got all our guests are TikTok celebrities and such situated in the hotel. And one of them was Jake from Roll for Sandwich, you know? And so he wanted to like take some time and do some voiceovers and whatnot. Because that's the way he does his videos, is he like shows the sandwich construction and then he does a voiceover describing what's happening. And he wanted to do the voiceovers, and then wouldn't you know it, there's a random dairy parade right outside his window. Because apparently Watertown does a dairy parade in the first weekend in June. I'm like, why though? So it's not just dairy. Like there's tractors, and then there's like trumpeters and the color and it's like just all the noise. And I'm like,
What
holy
state
crap.
was this in?
New York.
Really, that sounds like an Iowa thing.
Oh, we're very agrarian in the crescent around Lake Ontario.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Or well, maybe not in Iowa, more like a Wisconsin thing.
Yeah. I know it's the war between the dairy stuff between Vermont and Wisconsin is real, but that's a whole other topic.
Like, we're not about
Which y'all
why
cannot do.
questions.
And science can't answer these how questions. If they could,
That's
we wouldn't
exactly.
be here.
Hasn't
But it
answered
has.
yet is not the same as
Yeah.
can't.
Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry.
We
We've
have a
answered
dairy town, and it's called Quarrumup, and it literally starts with cow. Like, it's just too good. That's our dairy town in my state. And they have a statue of literally a golden cow. I'm not even joking.
Sorry. How do
Awesome.
you say the name of that town?
Quarrumup.
Okay, that just makes me think of that really weird Welsh town. It's like 30 syllables long. It has 4 L's in a row.
Hell yeah.
Hang on, I'll try and find a picture of it because it's hilarious. Yeah, here we go.
Exactly.
Oh, you got it already?
Yeah.
I was going to play a little bit more while you were hunting. And there it is. Oh, it's like the cow from The Thing. The movie. I forget which movie that is, but yeah.
And literally the name of the place is Quarrumup.
That's fantastic.
Oh, it's such a Western Australia thing to do. Like, it is so Western Australian. It's just ridiculous. I think I'd have a photo somewhere of me like worshipping the cow statue kind of thing. I thought it was incredibly funny.
Hell yeah.
Right, and yeah, I just put in chat a link to someone saying the name of that Welsh town. It is something to behold. You know, I want to try to say
Dogma, yes.
it. So I think it goes something like Shan Fia Per Shengwiger Goga Schwindro Silo Gogokoch.
Yeah, I'm half Welsh, and I'm not even going to try that.
When I say it's like 30 syllables, I am not joking.
Oh, looks like Bree come join, make fun of the creationists on Monday. That'll be awesome. Yeah.
Would not be here if there was a working theory for abiogenesis or
Okay,
for
well,
Big Bang.
Look,
And you're saying science has answers, so where are they?
yeah, so I would say let's take T-Rock's proclamation from the intelligent design perspective that human beings were created on day 6 of
You're just trying to
creation.
pick apart our theories
No.
instead of actually giving explanations.
So
Literally the point of the debate.
It's incredible, isn't it? Why are you talking about the debate topic? Look over here.
Why are you discussing this thing we're here to discuss? What's wrong with you?
science has an excellent explanation
Go
for the
ahead.
origins of human beings.
We're
Right?
waiting.
Well, there's a common ancestor between chimpanzees and human beings via the process of descent with modification via natural
Wasn't
selection and
Lucy-
sexual selection.
Gotta give him
Lucy
a
was
chance to
determined to be a fraud, wasn't it?
Just to let him finish.
Lucy?
Yes, I don't need to be interrupted, Taylor. I would appreciate it.
You picked
Wait,
a
did he-
fun time
Lucy?
to leave me, Lucille.
Sorry, what about Lucy? I was
I
typing.
have no
She-
idea how that is connected with intelligent design.
He said common ancestor, and she said, "You mean Lucy? Wasn't that a fraud?"
Biology PhD applicant. Can I just point that out?
I was just gonna say the same thing. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
So,
Sorry, I think my brain is starting to boil. Like that is. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, we've been putting up with this for 4 hours. On the flip side, we're only at the 4-hour mark, and these things usually hit 5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So we're doing pretty good.
this really is
Comparatively.
turning into an EFAP.
A what now?
A podcast that regularly hits like 10-hour-long streams.
Ah, damn. I thought Guts at Gibbon was long. And in fact, that's why I don't mind these long ones, because
Yeah.
this is the Guts at Gibbon content. And the people who want the shorter videos, we've got regular produced videos. I'm trying to make most of the live streams shorter, but it's just never going to happen with a debate review.
Fair. Yeah, like it's crazy. I think their longest stream was 36 hours.
Holy crap.
Like 36 hours straight.
I've seen long streams, but usually they like change out the hosts every few hours. That's just nuts.
Yeah.
Yes, Lucy is just one of the many Australopithecines that we have as an
Okay.
example of the other Australopithecines. Like you can look at the gradient of human evolution. The Australopithecines certainly walked upright, but they had very small brain cases. And then if you look at later fossils in the fossil record, then you start to get into Homo habilis and other Homo species. Now the early ones had relatively small brain cases, but they're getting larger and larger. And as we go on through evolution, we can see bigger and bigger brain cases. The Nobel Prize this last year went to Svante Pääbo. He's a scientist from Sweden who works at Leipzig University at the Max Planck Institute for Anthropology, I believe it is, and primatology. He was working on ancient genomes. He has sequenced the Neanderthal genome. He has a ton of papers on the topic of human origins. I encourage anyone to look at these papers. They're fascinating, super interesting work, clearly laying out the case of human beings sharing a common ancestor with not only Neanderthals, but the other Homo species, and getting into the Australopithecines. And the genetic evidence just clearly shows that at the very least, chimpanzees and human beings shared a common ancestor.
I think I'll take direct issue with your use of the word clearly here, because 40,000, whatever the number is, I know there's a broad range for the existence, the alleged existence of Neanderthals, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you can correct me on this, somewhere on the order of 40,000 to 200,000 years was the existence of Neanderthals.
No, Neanderthal origins, it's not, so based on Svante Pääbo's work, we can best estimate that the last common ancestor between Neanderthals and human beings was around 700,000 to 800,000 years ago.
Okay, so
I'll give
700,000 to
you-
800,000
one
for the
sec, I just want to jump in.
And that checks out, because as it happens, I was just reading an article before a lot of things. I've had a busy day. But TLDR, we found, well, not we, but like it's being discussed. Anyway, burial site I think it was the Denisovians.
Sovans.
Yeah, there's a cave where there's a couple. I think it's Denisovans, but I may be mistaken on which subspecies of Homo it was. But anyway, way before Homo sapien was even a thing, and the bodies are buried in there, and there's marks on the walls that are clearly like intentional. There's like triangles and geometric shapes and non-geometric shapes.
Or wait, was it Homo naledi? Because
That could be it too.
Betsy Gibbons' channel about that.
Oh, it would make sense that Erica would pick up on that first. But in that article that I was reading about that, it mentioned that we know about Neanderthal burial locations in Spain, but in the case of the Neanderthals, there wasn't a formal burial. It was more like an elephant graveyard kind of thing. Like this is where the bones go, you know?
So there are sites like that, but there are also sites, I know there's one in France, at least one in France, where they were definitely purposefully buried. And like clutching prized possessions and in specific positions, in graves. Like they were buried in a ceremony.
Okay, yeah. But as far as the ossuary sites, they had the one in Spain that I mentioned was dated at 446,000 years ago. So yeah, it all kind of cross checks like with what T-Rex said, like Neanderthals were something like 700,000 years ago or something. I think that was the point I was trying to make. I took a little detour getting there.
It's fine.
Ben, I'll give you a chance to respond, T-Rock. But I do want to mention, folks, we're going to jump into the Q&A pretty quick here. So we've got a little more open dialogue, but the Q&A is coming fast. So do get those questions in the live chat if you have them. Go ahead, T-Rock.
Okay, so you're saying 700,000-800,000 for the beginning of Neanderthals, up to about 40,000 years? Am I correct
Yeah,
on that
that's
part?
right. No, around 40,000
So
years.
here's my point, though. Your whole use of the word clearly. Under naturalistic conditions, real world natural conditions, there is no reason in the world to expect that Neanderthal DNA lasted 40,000 years. There is none whatsoever.
That's not true at all. Savante Paulo has papers that show how long it can last.
Chris. No, how long it...
Every single bit of DNA in every single human is 4 billion years old. The DNA has lasted that long. Like, what are you talking about, D-Rock?
Also, I found it. It was La Chapelle-aux-Saints in France.
Is that the location with the crazy old cave paintings?
Just a second. I'm not seeing anything about paintings.
I may just be conflating the two sites that have...
But
it's France, so all the names are very similar.
Yeah. And I guess it might have just been one Neanderthal found inside.
Oh.
Was it?
It was the king of the Neanders.
But like the skull is of an exceedingly old man with like most of his teeth having fallen out and jaw worn down.
Oh, well, that's
So
fascinating for its own
He
reason.
had to have been cared for by other members of his, by other people. And the same is true of some Dmanisi. At least one Dmanisi specimen I know we have, which is another type of older human.
That makes a lot of sense. That, considering lifespans and how hard life was when you're more intelligent than the animals around you, but you're living in pretty much the same circumstances. Reaching a ripe old age makes you rare and cherished because of your wisdom and all the life experiences you've got and various things like that. So it makes sense. Like, we've seen non-human species do this when there's a particular paragon amongst their number. Elephants do it, geese do it. They will actually hold a freaking funeral for a elder, you know? It's pretty cool.
I'm just going to post a quick link in the chat. There is a fascinating story of a Neanderthal we know as Shanidar 1. He had wounds to his skull. He was missing most of one of his arms. Like, he had a really, really rough life, and he had to have been cared for by his people.
Yeah.
Like, it's just seeing these glimpses of humanity this far back is just it's oddly heartwarming to see, even though like they had to have suffered through a lot of stuff.
And one of the Australopithecus, I think it was Africanus, had a broken leg that had healed, kind of thing. So we know that they had, that individual had to be cared for. Like there's no way around it. So it's just, yeah. I don't know though. It's really weird because half of the creationists will say, well, that's an ape, and half of them will say, well, that's a human, and it's it's impossible to distinguish it as either.
Yeah, there's no gray with these guys, but I think it's interesting the way you phrase it, how it's like a demonstration of humanity that far back and pre-evolved times. It seems very, very likely to me that incidents like that, they aren't like glimpses of the future. They're what made the future, because we're constantly talking about how our sense of morals and our social structures and so on, they're a product of evolution, because we discovered that by working together and caring for each other, it dramatically increases all of our chances of survival and reproduction, the whole survival of the fittest thing. So it seems very, very likely to me that these examples of the earlier editions of humanity that exhibited those traits are the ones who survived better and eventually led to us being like we are now.
And then like something else this brings up is it's really interesting when you see stuff like this in non-human animals. Like you can find all kinds of examples of other primates doing this. Like I know that a lot of dire wolves have injuries, like really bad injuries that would have spelled just death if they were on their own. Like we have hip dysplasia, we have broken bones, broken jaws, but they've healed over and they lived long past when the injury happened. And it's just really cool to see, like they were cared for and got to live to a ripe old age before passing. Life is weird. It can be cruel, but it can also be really beautiful. And that's one of the things I like about it.
Yeah.
Also, hi, Pat.
Very much. Yeah, we've got a few people joining late. I see Left-Handed Jedi, who's also saying hi, Pat. And of course, there's Pat, who's not a Taylor fan, apparently.
Oh, gee, I wonder why.
Yeah. I see Jake popped up again. Although Jake may have been lurking the entire time. It's hard to tell.
Can last is that's the whole
under the right
problem.
conditions, it can last a very long time. Fossils in tropical regions that get exposed to high temperatures. Yes.
Thermal
And
conditions where Neanderthals are found are exact opposite of how you calculate the alleged
that is
hypothetical
So a
conditions.
paper published
very
the other day
different,
in New
Chris.
Scientist actually quoted this.
Okay.
It's a paper about
Does T-Rock even know what he just said? Because I don't know what he just said.
Okay, I think I may have stopped him a little bit too soon before when he was saying there's no way the DNA could have lasted for 40,000 years. I thought he was talking about the DNA code within the Homo sapiens who still have that percentage of Neanderthal gene. Apparently, what he's talking about is how could the people studying the freaking word is gone. The people studying the Neanderthal genome, how could they get a genome to sequence? Because the Neanderthals have been dead for 40,000 years.
I mean, it can be tough, but it's definitely possible to get at least fragments. Like not a whole genome,
Yeah.
but definitely fragments should still remain. Probably easiest place to look would be in teeth. Teeth are very, very durable. But also just like thick parts of long bones can be pretty resistant to chemical.
But we
erosion.
know we've sequenced Neanderthal DNA, right? That isn't up for contention. We've definitely sequenced it.
I think T-Rock's using the fact that we have to try to make his point that the Earth can't be older than 6,000
Yeah.
years in his case.
Okay, then why don't
Maybe,
we
yeah,
have any
maybe
Homo
that's his
erectus
strategy.
DNA? Why don't we have any Australopithecine DNA? If they are young, because he says he's a biblical creationist, probably believes they all died in the flood, why don't we have any DNA from them?
Okay, so just a quick Google search, like they recovered ancient DNA by extracting from the femur bones of 38,000-year-old Neanderthal specimens from the Vindinja cave in Croatia. Other bones found in Spain, Russia, and Germany.
Yeah, femur sounds about right for a choice.
Yeah, like
The
so
big
there
thing is
are.
you don't want spongy bone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sure, but I mean, it's just because you don't think DNA should last that long doesn't mean that it doesn't last that long. Like you're incorrect. Like I'm sorry again, T-Rock, you're incorrect about that lasting that long.
Yeah, it's not like, milk in the refrigerator. It has an expiration date and then it just goes
Right.
bad. Like
And-
something needs to interact with it to break it down.
This is genuinely a question I would love for one of these creationists to answer. Why is it that when we find DNA in fossil specimens, it's only from stuff within the last few tens of thousands of years that we would model as that? If all bones are young, like they say, why don't we get any from dinosaurs? Why none from Australopithecus?
Yeah, if all that stuff has to be from even the very start, then it all should be from the same time period.
Well, why is it that we can find giant ground sloth bones that are 40% collagen now, which I know because I worked with these. Why can we find those? But I couldn't find any in a bone from what we would model as the Eocene. Like, well, why do you think that might be a little different? Do you have an explanation?
Well, clearly
No.
God made those critters without collagen. Duh.
Yeah.
Obviously. Just Australopithecus had no collagen. They had bones of stone. That's why we can't find a complete skeleton.
They were dwarves.
You better hush about that, because that's going to be the next big creationist theories. They'll be like, well, maybe God made them with stone bones they're not fossils. Their bones actually were stone.
Nobody tell Howard.
If that happens, I might legitimately self-lobotomize myself.
Where'd I put that ice pick?
I have a rock hammer somewhere. It'll work.
Oh, boy.
Oh, hey, Pat brings up a good point.
Yeah, I was just reading that. I'm like, T-Rock is an idiot because much of the DNA that has been analyzed was also found with radiometrically datable materials. It's not like paleontologists are looking for one piece of evidence.
Yeah, but T-Rock doesn't believe that radiometric dating actually works, Pat. That's the thing. Like his level of dismissal of science is just on another level, mate. He doesn't believe radiometric dating works, even though, we can date certain events perfectly fine. We can date Pompeii and it's accurate. We can date all of these things. It's silly.
Mhm.
It's. I mean, I could go on and on and on, but I mean, just the fact that dendrochronology alone can take us back to 13,000 years ago. Your 6,000 year thing just doesn't. It floats
yeah.
about as well as Noah's Ark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, fun fact: how do you guys think you can tell if a fossil bone has collagen left? Any guesses?
Acid.
When you grind it up, it'll smell like Fritos.
Oh, I think you may have mentioned that before. I remember
Oh,
Fritos coming
probably.
up.
I think Beansy mentioned it as well. Yeah.
You people in your Fritos, I don't understand.
Look, I don't like them. They're just very recognizable.
That's true, I suppose.
Well, okay, they make good dip chips, but other than that, nah.
Maybe that's why I don't like them. I've never really been a huge dip fan. I mean, in recent years, I found a few dips that are kind of nice, but I'm just like, meh.
It's
Well,
got
I
to
don't
be
even
like
know
one of
what
those
they are.
fiesta dips with like refried trees or refried beans and sour cream,
Refried trees
stuff
could
like
be
that.
cool.
Yeah.
Evolution. It was published recently. This is a very high esteemed journal. It says the fossil record is like a movie with most of the frames cut out. Because it is so incomplete, it can be difficult to establish when particular evolutionary changes happened. So it admits in itself in an evolution.
Okay,
pro-evolution
Taylor,
paper
you have
that the
most of your
fossil
frames
record is
cut
a-
out. I can tell you're talking.
Yeah. And security cameras have most of the frames cut out. You can still see perfectly well what's going on. That's the whole point. Like, you're like that orangutan on Futurama saying, but what about the one in between this? Well, what about the one in between this? You know, it absolutely.
Like, believe it or not, those of us with brains, Taylor, we can see point A and we can see point B and realize that the thing that's moving must have gone from point A to point B.
What? But in the law of infinite regress says that's not possible, because in order to get from point A to point B, you first have to cover half of the distance between A and B, and to get to that point, you have to cover half of the distance between those 2 points, and to get to that point, you have to cover half of and you'll never leave your starting point. It's just basic logic.
Yeah, and that sort of shows where philosophy kind of falls down, because that was the sort of Achilles and the arrow kind of thing. You shoot an arrow or the tortoise and the arrow. You shoot an arrow at the tortoise moves, your arrow's got to travel that distance, and then like an infinite regress goes down to the arrow will never hit the tortoise. Meanwhile, back in reality, we're having tortoise soup. You know, like that is essentially what's happening.
Yeah.
Sorry, just when I hear people go off about philosophy, sometimes I think of like an anime fight where someone will just babble on for 2 minutes and the other person just punches them in the face.
yeah, that's kind of exactly it.
I think it does have its place.
It
is
has its place, and it's not all of the time, but sometimes it feels like that. Like, why do we need to argue this? Let's move on and do something.
Yeah, I feel like there's still some unidentified fallacies, like the Xenos paradox thing. You know, I just it bugs me.
Yeah. You know, speaking of moving on, let's go.
Let's go.
Like a movie with most of the frames cut out, and that it's very incomplete. So you have when your own scientists acknowledge this, you have to acknowledge it as well.
Sure, I would acknowledge that there's incompleteness to the fossil record, but there's enormous conclusions that we can draw from fossils.
And I'm still waiting on your theory for the origin of life.
Well, we're not talking. That has nothing to do with the origin of life.
The amyloid hypothesis, I'm still waiting to hear. But it's okay.
Hey, look it up. It's
you
great.
cannot give a working
but
theory.
we're talking about intelligent design. So let's get to so T-Rock, you say that I'm intelligently designed. Am I an irreducibly complex system?
Same points. But you're saying that you have explanation science.
Well, look, the thing is, T-Rock at least can give me some answers. Taylor, you have no answers.
You can't give answers either. I'm still trying to get.
We're not talking about my theory. If we want to have another debate,
you're
James, have me on next time and we'll talk
explanations.
about it. But I'm not. We're not here to talk about
I do
it.
want to be sure that we. Let's see.
Yeah.
We may actually jump into the Q&A early. So I want to let folks know that you're watching. Don't worry if you've enjoyed this debate, as I'm sure you have. We've gotten a lot of good engagement. We may actually do a part 2 of this in the future. We had a late start tonight, and so I promised the speakers that we are going to get them out of here within about 15 minutes of right now. And so do want to say, if you have those questions, let me know, as we're going to speed through the Q&A so we can get everybody out of here on time. And Any final thoughts? Drawing the threads together, we have one question that's already come in.
Oh, I just want to say one final thing. The reason why creationists, intelligent designers, why they bring up things like abiogenesis, consciousness, all of the outer edge scientific hypotheses that we're working on is because they don't want to defend intelligent design. And so they go towards the things that we're basically working on, and they go, aha, you haven't solved this yet. And it's like, yeah, that's the entire point. That is why it is the edge of science. That's not evidence for intelligent
There are
design.
impossibilities within those theories.
And I have not heard any good evidence for intelligent design. The night is still young, though. Well, 15 more minutes. Young.
Okay, so again, let's kind of cap that real quick, because this idea of I haven't heard evidence is like, it's so subjective. How do you want to define evidence? But forget all that.
How do you want to define evidence?
Like,
You're
I don't know, present anything.
Yeah, you basically say, well, you need evidence for your thing. Well, it depends how you define evidence. Like, yeah, you could say, hey, you brought up incredibly weak and fallacious evidence. Sure, let's say that. Like, it's incredibly weak. And the fact that you're not acknowledging that, hey, it is a weak evidence, like saying, oh, well, we've got the strongest evidence at all, which is, what was it? Eyewitness accounts.
Yes, that's right. T-Rock's favorite flavor.
Right, but you wouldn't. The problem here is that evidence, it can't be well, my evidence is strong and the same evidence from somewhere else is weak. So if you want to make eyewitness accounts the strongest evidence we have access to, then you have to believe Islam, and you have to believe Hinduism, and you have to believe Native American spirituality, and you have to believe all of these things if you are being intellectually consistent with the evidence. But you're not. You're saying your eyewitness testimony is very, the strongest evidence, but not anybody else's.
Well, obviously, we can rely on the Bible because it's the most popular book and the most stolen and crap. Sorry, that whole thing last night just made no sense.
I almost wanted to jump in, but I was doing other stuff and I had to go to bed, and I'm like, this is ridiculous.
It was a bit wacky, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, Left-Handed Jedi, the photo of Confederate soldiers with a pterodactyl.
Oh, that's hilarious. The fact that
was it Hovind that actually used it? Yeah.
Matt Powell were using it was actually hilarious. Like this deep fake, this obvious deep. I mean, it wasn't even a good.
No,
deep fake.
it was a bad
so
Photoshop.
Obvious.
Like the light was even coming from different directions. The resolution of the images was. Why? Just why?
Mm-hmm.
Well, because Matt
bias.
Powell, he
a
might
tool,
be
a giant tool.
The only brain dead person to ever know how to walk and speak, or to be able to walk and speak. Ooh, okay. Sorry, Pat. I'm curious now. Where, I'm curious. Archaeology is fascinating.
Pat's gonna do a dig.
Yeah.
Hey.
I recall you saying a couple of days ago, Pat, that you were in the UK. Is this dig in the UK? Trying to put all the pieces together. Doing our own little scientific investigation.
Are you going to go hunting for Mozzarella Man?
Ooh, Mozzarella Man sounds good. Num num num.
Or I don't know. What's another British cheese? Other than cheddar.
Colby?
British
trying to play
Oh.
Cheddar Man.
Is Worcester a cheese?
I don't think so, no.
The Roman town of Earchester?
Search for Cheshire Man. That works.
Yeah, we'll go with it. It'll be fun. I'm just reading the other chat because Big Bang Mama's got a thing about how you hunt pterodactyls.
Is it bad that I read that in his voice?
So, for anybody who doesn't know, Big Bad Mama specializes in hoven hunting, and it's very amusing.
Oh yeah, you'd probably have fun with our stream on Monday, Big Bad Mama.
That's a good
I
point.
put up counters for the stupid crap Hoven says. Like,
Oh yeah, that should be fun.
Actually,
That should be fun.
to be fair and unbiased, I put up a counter for how many things Dapper got wrong and how many things Hoven got wrong.
Sure, you got to be fair and balanced.
Let's just say, judging by their scores, they were playing very different games.
Yeah. Oh, it should be great. It should be great. All right. I think we're done with these guys. They're going into the
I think so. Yeah.
the Q&A thing. So let's do any final thoughts on the debate, and then we'll do like plugs of what we're up to, and then we'll all scatter to the winds like we do. Yeah.
I mean, the ID side was just absolutely pathetic. Go figure. Not a shred of evidence whatsoever. Couldn't defend any of their points. It just
Didn't even really try.
Yeah.
I'd almost call it a concession, except T-Rock actually did try to fight. He just, as usual, he's not very good at it.
But yeah, not any critiques for Chris and Amy. They did pretty well. They were funny. They were fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think
both of them were very nice to talk to in the after show.
Look, Chris Thompson is great. He kind of overshadowed Amy. I would have liked to hear more from Amy, that debate, but he was obviously in his wheelhouse and really taking it to them. Like, he was not like Amy's wonderful. I think the only thing I'd say about Amy is she doesn't like conflict that much. So she has a tendency not to speak up. And it was probably her biggest problem in moderation is to actually jump in there and give people orders, kind of thing. So as much as I love Amy, and she's gotten way better since she started moderating, but I think she could be more what would you say, more authoritative kind of thing.
Authoritative.
Yeah, just sort of take the lead a bit more. But that was their dynamic. It did work. She did have really good input. I just would have liked to hear a bit more from her.
Because the vibe I got was, at least if they had a plan beforehand, it felt like Chris was like, he was the main fighter in the situation, and Amy was there as backup and to lead. Sorry, I have D&D tomorrow, so I'm thinking in terms of D&D fighting.
Yeah. Chris was definitely tanking.
That hit hard.
Chris was the barbarian, while Amy was the mage, occasionally throwing in. Yeah, I gotcha. Look,
and when she hit hard.
Oh yeah, like her questions, but I think it devolved a bit too much. And I mean, Tayler was so disingenuous with the way that she was behaving. Just, I'm not answering any questions. I'm going to divert to anything else under the sun. The weird thing was that the main evidence that T-Rock brought up, apart from sort of this God of the Gaps fallacy, was actually, eyewitness accounts, but they weren't talking about that, right? They weren't saying, hey, the Bible is the evidence that we have, and supporting it like that. They wanted to support it with science, but God doesn't have a scientific theory behind it, or even a scientific hypothesis. It's kind of just, that's the only, without going to the actual evidence Christians rely on, because make no mistake, the actual evidence for creation is the Bible. That's their evidence, right? That is the evidence that they're using. They're not using a scientific evidence for God. So the only place that they could talk scientifically was against other things, like against, abiogenesis, against, evolution and stuff.
Well, but Mark, have you considered that the cell is like a factory, and therefore it had to be designed like a factory?
I've thought I think that's why they kept getting stuck in that mentality, and I think it was good that Chris held them to that. Like, you can't just sort of pick apart one explanation and then say, well, that proves my explanation. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work at all. That is God of the Gaps. Like, you could frame it as, that textbook God of the Gaps.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah.
that's my opinion of the whole thing.
Yeah, I think that pretty well covers it. Okay. Doctor, obviously everybody knows now that we're all going to be hanging out over at your place on Monday. That's 8 p.m. Eastern time, yes?
And we have a new
yes, it should be.
formal name for our crew.
Oh, yes, I guess we might as well announce that.
Yep.
Feel free to come tomorrow and join the evolutionists as we tear apart Kenthoven.
Yep. We've now decided. I don't know how that came about. I think it was because the Lystro was supposed to be demonic. I think that was how, like the
Yeah.
Lystrosaurus that we were discussing, like a demonic Lystrosaurus. We said, well, we're the evolutionists. So,
I mean, it's become the mascot for the
Yeah, I was
science
just going to
theaters.
say, we have a mascot
Well-
too, apparently.
yeah.
It's
So-
good shit. It's good shit.
Yeah, the Lystrosaurus is a funny one. DNA is a code, but yeah, I know I've heard that one too. That I hate, bro. Yeah, yeah.
Oh boy.
Happy Father's Day to all the daddies in the chat. Yep,
Yee.
we all
Yeah,
love
thanks.
daddies.
Yeah, Bree, you may have missed it because you came in late. My kids gave me a Father's Day present. We're not quite sure what it is. I thought it was a plum. Mark thinks it's a beet. Either way, it's purple and fruity, so it works. I dig it.
I
it's
think
very
it's a
squishy.
fat stick of rhubarb.
That's basically what a beet is. You realize that, don't you?
Have you ever had rhubarb? That is not what a beet is.
I actually like beets. They're like odd potatoes.
Let's see. What
Ooh,
was
yeah,
it? I think
turnip
it was
could be a turnip.
Maybe.
Maybe. What was that thing that game that was like Onion Boy commits property theft or something? There was a game.
Wow.
Yeah, Turnip
Oh.
Boy commits tax evasion.
Based on the
Okay.
life of Kenthoven.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering if there are Turnip Boy plushies and whether we can track it down. Maybe.
Oh,
It's not a turnip. Turnips are purple and white, and they've got So I don't think it's a turnip.
yeah.
I think it's a beet.
Beansy, don't you worry. We'll be getting into that later.
Oh,
I am not
adventures,
going to be
adventures.
nice.
What? Who are we being nice to?
Oh, Beamsy brought up something in the chat. Yeah, I'm gonna bring it up. I am not gonna be nice to Hovind.
Yes.
Hey,
There's a reason we
yeah.
don't consider him everybody's favorite, fun, beloved argument target.
Yeah.
He's despised, and with very good reason.
Mhm.
Does that plushie have like girl eyes on it?
I don't know what that means, but I can put it in front of the camera again.
Yeah.
I can try to. There we go.
Yeah, kind of.
Yes, that is Claudia the Beat plush toy.
All right.
So look up
You know.
Claudia the Beat, and you'll see the thing there.
We have deduced, or well, is it deduction? Process of elimination? I think it's just. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
I mean, I think I came up with induction to say it was a beat because it looked like what I think a beat looks like.
And then you investigated the hypothesis.
Right.
Yeah, I get
So,
you.
yeah, you should know I'm always right by now. Like, come on, just accept it. Just accept it, everybody. Why does everyone always think I'm wrong? God damn it. Beetroot pie. Oh, that looks really yummy. Holy crap, that looks yummy. Beetroot pie.
I don't know. The only kind of beets I really like are jellied beets
Beets.
or pickled beets.
That looks. Okay.
I haven't tried pickled. Yeah, but we're on frickin' food again. God damn it.
I know. I am so hungry. Like, seriously. You guys were talking about food earlier, and I'm like, oh, for Christ's sake.
Dude,
Every
know,
time
it's
I
so
like.
rude.
bring a snack. Like, bring a snack and just snack along.
I
You can
don't-
mute yourself
well,
if you're worried about noise.
Yeah, but it's my lunch, and like, yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
so yeah.
All right, Mark. What do you have going on this week?
This week I am not doing aimbot because that's been shut down. I got to talk to Dr. Dino about replacing that with something else, perhaps on another channel that I might be started up. So things are coming along.
Sunday, right?
Sorry.
Now it's Sunday for
Or
Eastern and Central
aimbot
time.
on Sunday, right?
No, I did that on Eastern time Tuesday nights because people were complaining that it was the same time as Dr. Dapper, so I might schedule that somehow. But
I could do
that
Tuesday.
is a good point.
Sunday is D&D day for me, so Monday for.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, that's fine. No, Monday I may have a flat Earth debate coming up. I'm still waiting to hear back from Ryan about it. It might be against our mate Howard and your old pal Mike, but I still have to hear from somebody. And that I might be teaming up with Ozian, if you've ever met Ozian, who is a wonderful friend of mine and just a great guy. And on Wednesday, the 21st at 8 Eastern time is my debate with David McQueen, which should be fun.
Oh yeah.
Over on Standing for Truth, so that should be good.
And
and that's about.
I know I'm gonna have a lot of questions for him, but I don't have infinite money.
We're
I'll probably do an after show. So if you do want to, I suppose you can't ask him then.
Yeah.
But I mean,
taking notes.
What time Monday? I don't know. It hasn't been confirmed yet, Bree. So I'm not gonna sort of lock myself in. I'm hoping it goes through, but it hasn't been confirmed.
Yeah, you gotta team up with Bree at some point.
Yeah, I'd like to. I'd like to be on the same side.
Oh, now I've been challenged. So, Bree's video earlier in the day was Hindu creationists. We're talking about the Vanara and monkey gods and things, and they kept referring to everything as Neanderthals, even though the Vanara are clearly depicted with tails and monkey-like features and whatnot. So I had this hypothesis that maybe it's a translation issue. They just took all proto-humans and lumped them into a single category, or previous editions of humans, I should be clear, and then just called that whole category Neanderthal. So that's what's up with that.
Could be. I mean, my stepdad's Indian. If you want, I can ask him if that's a thing there.
I mean, I think it's just a quirk of the creationists who are trying to, make Hinduism be real, but who knows? Who knows?
Well, Earth be young, essentially, is what they're trying to do. Let's face it.
Yeah, it always boils down to... The time scales vary, but it boils down to the same thing. It's fun stuff. But hey, we could make sandwiches. That was another thing that came up in the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Vedic science may have replaced creation science. That's awesome. Okay, this coming week is a little bit confusing. I've been doing too many damn live streams lately, so I have a video coming out on Wednesday. So far it's Wednesday. If I do get another one done, I'll move it, so one's Tuesday and one's Thursday. But for right now, it's set for Wednesday. It's the first thing I recorded after getting back from NocoCon. But that I'm going to try to line it up if it stays just the one video, so that when that video finishes, I can use that cool auto redirect feature that I now have to send everybody to Aaron Ra, where I'll be on the Blasphemers Bible thing. We read the Bible and make really inappropriate jokes and all kinds of fun stuff. And then also, Sunday, I'm going to be at Aaron's doing Book of Mormon, and then immediately after, about 8:30 p.m. Eastern, Atheist Lives, we've got John Gleason, the Godless Engineer, is going to be on. So yeah,
nice.
It'll be fun. And then Monday, of course, over to Dr. Dino's, and then next weekend is next weekend stuff. We'll probably do another debate. We haven't scheduled anything yet. Debate review, I should say.
Yeah. Well, Matt Delahunty's got one coming up against Stuart.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so I was thinking of doing that one. Depending on how it goes, if it absolutely sucks, I might keep it a miss. But we'll see what happens and
Yeah,
go through that one if
Yeah.
you want.
that's worth keeping.
You're
in
more
mind.
than welcome, Doctor. I know if you want to come over to the
Yeah.
channel and hang out.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, see how you're going. I know that your schedule sort of sometimes you don't know if you're working or not. So
It
just
really
let us know,
just
mate.
depends on if I get called in or not, and I don't know it.
Yeah,
until
no, totally
7
understandable.
p.m. my
Yeah,
time.
yeah. Yeah, no, I've been on call before. It's kind of just it is what it is.
And a fun idea might be trying to analyze one of your debates with Stirrup.
Why would you put me
Howard.
through that again? Why would I want to hear that again? Why? Stop. No. Please.
Probably
Please no.
funny.
For you.
Yes.
I still have the trauma associated with that. Yeah, no.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna wrap up. Okay, so of course, subscribe to both of these windows are so tiny. Subscribe to both of these two. The links are in the description. We'll see you on everyone's various channels over the course of this week. Appreciate all you guys stopping by. Especially appreciate Titan being ultimate mod. You are the boss. And
He is wrong on that, though.
what being the pineapple on pizza? Well, that's why you need to have a debate. Appreciate all you folks stopping by, hanging out, making stupid jokes with us. It's really one of the best things that I do. I enjoy the hell out of this. So thank you all. And as always, remember, you don't have to dodge every freaking question and try to change the topic of the very debate you're participating in, because you are better than religion.